It's perfect. Those. Oh yeah, we got a tweet that we're live to, don't we? That statistically brings one person in. Actually, I don't know. I'm sure I get some traffic from it, right? Live with more Cauldron. Chronicles. Development. Working on more dialogue for our Thief's storyline. Perfect. Do. Are we on the right scene? Yes, we are. Mic is not muted, thank the Lord. Oh. Let me take some medicine too, so I don't cough the whole time. Only problem is this really dries out my throat. Like, it works. That's kind of what it's supposed to do, but sometimes it does it a bit too well. Am I in the wrong position? Hold on. I think it was in the right position. We were playing Elden Ring yesterday, so I had moved my camera up a bit. I think we're okay. Oh, let's get some more of this done. I'm excited. I'm excited to at least show people the first iteration of the entire Thief storyline and just see what they do with it. And I mean, maybe they all hate it. I don't know. It's a possibility. It does exist. This is going to be the closest test of the narrative and character element that we will ever have. I think at least for our first playable. I mean, we want to have more characters in our first playable and in our vertical slice for sure. But this will be the first test of that. More so than what Blue Dick, because Blue Dick Boy was just literally just one quest, 5 different endings, but they weren't really different endings, you know? This does have multiple stages, multiple failure points or success points or points that will unlock additional storylines. Are you a Glorb fan? I don't think so. Glorb. Musical artist? Fuck is Glorb? Okay, so we had finished this yesterday. This is just wild. I'm sure there's some bugs in here too, but we'll fix that after some testing. Today we're gonna do Thief 2A and 2B. Now for sure we will have to copy that. Unfortunately we can't copy these nodes, but we will just have to remake them. That's fine. Shouldn't be a problem. And all of this will be separate depending on the circumstance. The first circumstance is 2A. Make SpongeBob rap. You know, I think I have heard some of those. I only like 2 of them though. But I think I have heard 2 of those. Okay, so 2A and 2B are going to be set up a little bit different because we first need to inform the player of the outcomes of Thief 1. That has to happen first. And then after we do that, we can have the normal stuff set up. So 2A is if the paralysis potion is provided. He learns of where they stashed his gold and his belongings. He wants a frenzy poison to whip them up into a frenzy so they attack each other. Wishes he had a potion to make it easier to carry all the loot out and to help with his stamina. Okay. Perfect, we can do it. We have
Guys, you gotta think about this as a business venture. All right, the 3 of us combining our ingredients.
Clearin', thank you for the raid, man.
Gigantic, delicious green pie. Some little kid's sucking it down and he's paying us for the pleasure.
Thank you for the raid. It's good to see you. Hey, Keysron, how you doing? You lurking? You guys caught me just at the start of my stream. I haven't even been live for 10 minutes. We're writing more lore. Well, actually, we're not really writing more lore for our thief character, but we are preparing his main quest dialogue. And we're just kind of figuring out what we need to start that out. So we'll have 3 different responses depending on if you made him a decent potion, a good potion, or an exceptional potion in his first encounter. The other 2, if you made him a bad or a terrible potion, he does end up dying, so, you know, oops. He ain't returning that time. Okay. Okay, so I think we'll have 2 different outcomes depending on if he got all of his gold or not. I'm gonna see if it was... No, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Oh, a human. I need your help again. You know that potion you gave me last time? Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. We have to do these outcomes. I was a bit confused. I'm like, wait, how would he have gotten his gold back if he didn't learn where his gold was? So actually, it's we're writing the outcomes for this one. Comes back to berate you, but doesn't want a potion. Leaves. That would be 2C. Okay, so that's a different encounter. 2A is just going to be these ones. Okay. Well, it worked. I learned where that bastard hid my gold. And then there's another outcome too where he will have brought back. Okay, we'll do it here. I'll learn where the bastard hid my gold. You'll have a player response. Great work, Spoon. We'll do a couple different responses too, just for like the role-playing aspect of it. Where's it hidden? Like I'm gonna tell you. Doesn't matter anyway. I need a new potion. And I think we'll have we want additional response if you provided an exceptional potion. So this will have a condition, potion score, Dag Thief 1, exceptional. This is where he'll have brought back some expensive ingredients for you. I won't make any new ingredients for this, just because it takes me a lot of time to make a new ingredient, and we don't really have that many effects, so at the moment. So I'll just have him give you some ingredients that already exist, but maybe are a little bit more rare to find in the prototype world. Anyway, I need a new potion. New potion, you say? I can help with that. We can also do a... We can also do a line where the player can turn down the help. I think helping you once was enough for me. I'm going to have to turn this opportunity down. Okay, and he'll have 2 responses. Because if you provided the exceptional potion, he will still give you the goodies, right? So we'll have 1 that is conditional, potion score, exceptional, really? Thought we were just starting to get along. Well, that's how you feel. At least let me give you some stuff I managed to steal from those bandits. It'll be pretty similar. Really, I thought we were just starting to get along well. Take care, I suppose. I'm gonna put another stage in here just for you to back out of that, and if you maybe you click it accidentally, right? It's never not funny. The fart's always funny. Thankfully, I my fiance likes, she finds them funny too, so. I mean, especially as a guy, like, right? Because we're farting like 24/7. Yeah, she's a keeper at that point. Totally agree. I don't know if I told you guys too, but I could give you an update. I think I mentioned it when I was playing Elden Ring, so it wasn't really that pertinent. But I did move on from the prospective art director and a couple other people that were being considered for joining the team. They will not be joining the team. Mention not funny and farts funny, right? But makes funny sound. How is that not funny? Not in the loop on that topic. I don't want to get into too many details, just out of respect for the privacy, but they were trying to pull my company in a different direction than I wanted it to go. Like, if you don't know, Microraptor Games is a sole member LLC, and I do that not because of some, like, I don't know, power fantasy that I have for the company, but because I can ensure that our values are met, because nobody can have any influence on that. And they wanted to become partners, so they wanted to transfer to a partnership LLC. Now, I'm not against that, but I don't want to do it with people I've just met. Right? Like, great, now you guys own 20% of the company. Like, I'm not going to do that with people I just met. I don't trust them yet enough. There are some people in my life that would join my company, and I would trust them to that extent. But these are because these are people that I've known for like 3+ years, right? Only enough room for one Microraptor. It's not a lot of, yeah, it's not Macroraptor. But yeah, it's my kind of argument with it was just, guys, we don't even have a game yet. There's no income. Can we make the game first and then deal with the company specifics? You know, once the money starts to flow in, then we can talk a bit about how we want to structure things further. But until we do that, can we just work on the game? They wanted to deal with it first, and I was like, not really comfortable with that, so. You know, most hobby game projects discuss the monetization first. Like, okay, so it was kind of, it was weird. I was like, I don't feel comfortable taking my company in that direction yet. But if they wanted something in writing to ensure that if they made something for the project, that there would be some promises in the future regarding that, right? Or some sort of accreditation, some sort of credit that they get for it. And, you know, financial, you know, repayment or something. I was okay with that. But they specifically wanted stake in the company. And that was like, yeah, I don't feel comfortable with that. Exposure. I mean, right now, that pretty much is all I can give people right now, because we don't have any money. But I'm very open about that. It's just like, yeah, if you do something on here, add it to your portfolio. Simple. You know, that way, I think there are a lot of game devs out there right now searching for work that want to do something in their free time, but doing something on their own is very challenging, or maybe even a bit too overwhelming. So they want to join in a project and give some assistance. Thank you for the 30 bits. Thank you, Lazy Fangs. Emo Gigantify is pretty great. I think we need... I think we need this one to also have the condition of potion score. If Dag Thief 1 C exceptional, but it is a false rule. I don't know if that's working. Theoretically it should, but I do want to put a... Can I get the fact that it's a false rule here? I think I can. Yeah, get not. Do a select if true. False rule. It would be nice too if we had this as rich text, so we could do a little bit of formatting, but it's fine. There is one thing I will do to adjust that and make it a little bit easier to read these. This is a horizontal box, right? Yes, it is. Padding of 4. Padding of 10 below. that help? I don't know if it does. Like, I just wanted to like separate some of the events and conditions a bit better from the actual text. It kind of feels like it helps a bit. Yeah, I think it works. Okay, continue will be end encounter. Not a condition, that's an event. And we need to save a choice that the thief doesn't want to do business anymore. Thief wants to do business. False. Don't tug on my heartstrings like that. Human. Sorry, Spoon. You were mentioning something about a new potion you needed? That will lead back into here. Condition, potion score, exceptional, not. Oh, before I forget though. Those poisons you made for me really did the trick. I had that bastard weeping for his mummy. Weeping for his mum. As he spilt the location. Of my gold. Anyways, I took some stuff that I thought might be useful for you from a pack he had lying around. Plants and shit, you know? Alchemy crap. This is plants and shit. Alchemy crap. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about. When you want a tangent, I call you Micro Yaptor. That works. That definitely works. We will be doing that. Because I'm very worried about like the submarine game, for instance. I've never made a game that is so narratively driven and scripted. And for me, that's a little bit, you know, I don't know how to do that, so I'm ready to challenge myself. That's for sure. That's, yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do cutscenes or just scripted events. I think I'd like to stay away from cutscenes in a lot of cases, and just perform scripted events that the player has complete control over, if they're paying attention or not, right? What you learned with your project? How many cutscenes did you make? One, and that's one too many. I think I'm gonna try to get around it by not... The player plays in first person, so thank God. And they will be at most talking to another person over voice communications. So we can avoid a lot of unnecessary like animations and bullshit there too. The amount of shit I had to bend in the code was annoying. I know for at least for Unreal, it's pretty easy to set up like a cinematic shot. I've just never done it before, so I don't really know what to expect. But I don't know if I'll need to do it. There might be one or two cases where I do it, but I don't know. Not in a 2D top-down game. That's for sure. Potion you provided worked decently enough. Guess it told me where my gold is. Could move a muscle the whole time. So you're going to go look for the gold now? Well, that's part of the problem, you see. Oh, first we need to have the player collect the loot. Thank you for thinking of me, Spoon. I'll put these to good use. Not a problem. Always up for stealing something. And I felt like I owed you after providing me with exactly what I needed. Events reward player. Let's add some loot into here. We'll make him throw in an extra spoon nut that he found too if you learned about spoon nuts. He's gonna do that every time he comes back to like reward you. If you were nice to him about the spoon nuts and learned about them, he's gonna give you some more spoon nuts. He is your source, your dealer. Okay, what loot can we give the player that would be considered, I don't know, kind of special? Maybe one of these mystical thistles. Would be pretty cool. We'll do a dried mystical thistle. Ground snake scale. A raven skull. We can utilize some of the ingredients from our testing map that they don't actually appear in the prototype, because I think they work pretty well. Keep input on UI after, yes. We do want to do that. What kind of game are you making? Hey, Cade the Cuber. I'm making an open world alchemy game where the potions that you make can change the fates of the people that you give potions to. It's a very character and, well, I just say character-centric game where you have a lot of role-playing and choices that have a large impact on the characters that you interact with. But we also have this nice open world that you get to explore. This is just our prototype level.
Hey!
Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. There will be fishing, there will be some farming elements. Be very, very like casual to mid-core and relaxing. Okay, so he's going to reward you with 4 ingredients. And I think we also, if you learned about spoon nuts, which are these right here, which is a nut in the shape of a spoon. I think I was just reflecting you guys back on. Spoiler alert. And hard to develop, it is hard to develop. It's definitely not something that I can tackle alone, which is why we are developing a prototype to make our first playable, and then going to publishers and seeing if we can get a deal to start building up a team and make this. I did frame it. Yeah, I said I would. I said I would frame it. I don't know where to hang it though, because I have my green screen behind me. Where am I looking? NPC. This is Unreal. What is the name that you learn about the spoon nuts? Received spoon nut. The you tricked me, no worries. Yeah, this is all in Unreal. We'll do a condition here. Received spoon nut false. And this one will be received spoon nut true. Alt. Let's move this up just a little bit. Okay, if you receive the spoon nut, he will say the same thing, but then add, oh, and I also found this, well, on my journey back to you. And he's gonna give you another spoon nut. I need moral counsel. Is it okay to put a game on a back burner to prototype another one? Yes. I don't think you should feel ashamed for having unfinished projects, or for projects that you just need to think about some more, or approach from a different angle, or something that just, I don't know the reasons for it, but maybe it just also wasn't, it isn't turning out the way that you envisioned it. So yeah, it's okay. Like, go learn something new, because if you endlessly follow this one project, you might burn yourself out, or you might just be going down a pathway that doesn't work. So like, take a break, do something else, learn something new, and then come back with that fresh perspective. Like, we're doing that with the submarine game. You know, we're gonna be taking a break for, what is it, like a month and a half? Submarine game, submarine, and then all of September. So it's like, yeah, we're gonna be taking a break from that. And then we'll be back in late October, and we'll just be able to be like, okay, we've learned a whole bunch of new shit. Maybe the submarine game doesn't work out, maybe it does. Either way, we'll have learned something, and we'll come back and be like, okay, now I can apply these new lessons, these new understandings to my project now. Oh, what did you find? Found a game dev a little while ago, never made it past the modified Pong air hockey game stage. You have to start somewhere. I mean, one of the first games I made was just a coin dozer game, right? Like one of those ones where you drop a coin and it pushes coins off a ledge. That was I would say probably my first completed game in Unreal, and there was nothing really to it. Always found programming interesting. Me too. I can't program for shit, but I do find it interesting. I'm proud of my blueprints. First game I made was a text-based, you're fighting in a coliseum. You gotta start somewhere. And you know, to me, if I'm like hiring like a new junior or something, or just a new person, I like seeing those journeys. I hate when people share their portfolio with me, their CV, and they leave out their early kind of messy stages of game development, and they just try to show off what they've done professionally. No, I want to see where you started. Like, what got you into this? Where is your passion, and why? What kept you moving forward? Hello, messy stage dev. I mean, we're still at that stage sometimes, right? Can't ever have enough spoon nuts. That's for sure. Do you think Unreal's the best engine when starting out? Yeah, I would agree with Lazy Figs. There's no best engine. It really just, whatever works for you to develop the game that you want is the best engine. The best engine is the one that helps you make the game that you want to make. And sometimes that's Twine, sometimes that's Game Maker, sometimes it's RPG Maker, Unity, Unreal, whatever floats your boat. Sometimes it's another game. Sometimes to make the game that you need to use another game entirely, like Fortnite or Roblox, right? And that's what helps you realize your passion. Problem is, I don't know what I want to make. We can talk about it here. Like, if you want to just if we want to just brainstorm a quick idea that might interest you, we can do it on stream. There is a pretty good game name generator that can sometimes work pretty well. This one. And sometimes you can get some pretty good little game jam ideas from this. This consultation fee is $20 an hour. That's only if it, like, that's more like professional level consultation of your like GDD or something, or some other design document that you've written. I don't charge that for thinking of ideas. Ideas are worthless. Or ideas have no value. Psychedelic Desert Beatdown. Team Plunger Shack. In Search of Platypus, The Quickening. Dirty Sudoku Bloodbath. Oh. That's an 18+ game. Insane NASCAR Hot Pursuit. Yeah, so it's a NASCAR race where you commit crimes on the NASCAR track, and then you have to break out of the track and escape from the police. Consultation made my game more fun and helped me get 2 inches more. The Castle of Basketball Hunter. Custom Wrestling Unit. That's just so generic. Forbidden Wagon Fighter. Okay, there's something to that. Viking Dog EX. Bionic Burger in the Desert. Enraged Mahjong Beatdown. You can play Mahjong with another player and cheat, but if you're caught cheating, you initiate a fighting game. The only idea I've really had was some kind of Hamilton Bird Duel game with timing cues, PvP or PvE. I will say this, if you're making your first game, try to stick to like something that is single player for now, because once you add any type of multiplayer, it's a whole additional amount of overhead. Should the artistic skill just make meme shit games? Same. Fabulous Golf Channel. Lazy Fencing Online. That's for you, Lazy Fangs. Breaks rule right away. Star Trek Robot Extravaganza. I'm pretty sure that would not be legally opportune. Raging Office in the Outback. Creepy Vampire Bastards. Merciless Equestrian Warfare. It's perfect. Yeah, I'll share the link. I really like this one above many of the others that I use. Brony game. It is a brony game. Presidential Barbarian Paratroopers. That's perfectly on topic. Jamaican Hardware Dance Party. I don't even know how to visualize that. Eco-friendly vegetarian park. Fuck, that's actually so on point. That is such a lame but perfect idea. Generic beach in the hood was my first answer. Dance Dance theme park onslaught. Holy shit. It's amazing. Spunky Furry Coliseum. That's for you, Lazy Fangs. There you go. Rad Guitar Rebellion. Shameful Wheelchair Episode 1. Fuck yes, Shameful Wheelchair Episode 1. Now that is a perfect meme game. Lawnmower Apocalypse. Dude, I love this generator. If you ever just need stupid ideas to do for like a game jam, it's the perfect website for it. Keep sharing your good generations. I like it. I appreciate you getting these for me. Thanks, Spoon. My pleasure. Human. Are game jams a good way to get started in game dev or to gain experience? Both. Both. They're so good. You should not go into them with an expectation to succeed. You should just go into them with an expectation to find new people with similar skill level as you, or sometimes even more, to learn as much as you can, and to maybe come out with an idea that could be expanded upon further. There is on itch.io jams, you have a full list of all the game jams that are going on right now and how many people have joined it and upcoming ones. So there's like there's a mech jam coming up that a lot of people are taking part in, or a visual novel jam. I will share the link to this. Oh, Lazy Fangs posted it too. It's just itch.io/jams. And so yeah, you can look for ones that might be interesting or might be easy to get part of. Usually they have a Discord that you can join, or a way to find other people to team up with. What's one coming up? That's pretty big. OST composing jam. Yeah, I can't make shit. There's a pirate software game jam coming up. That might be a good one. If you don't know pirate software, so you can join the jam, and join the Discord where you can find people to team up with. And this one, I think that you would get a lot of support for this one if you're trying to get into game dev. You will need to provide a GDD though. But they do have a sample. A pretty good one. Did I get a little bit of knowledge before the jam, or just jump right in? I think it depends a lot on like the team that you have with you. If you're all new to it, I think you just go in and you try your best and learn as much as you can. So I would say it largely depends on what team you're trying to join, and as long as they're aware that it's like, hey, I am totally new to this, I don't have like any experience, If they're okay with that, then you should be fine. You don't need a team, but you can learn a lot from a team, especially if they are experts in something else, right? Then they'll rub a lot of knowledge off on you, and that will help you grow pretty quickly. I really hate the term MVP. I get its use, but I don't like the term MVP. That's a different topic, though. Only thing I learned from a team is that a team on a jam is highly unreliable if you're not the only one treating it seriously. I mean, yes. Yes. Finding a good team is difficult. And by good, I mean not one that is capable of finishing the game, but one that takes it seriously. Just got Invisible Trailer Park the movie. Just an empty field. Just an empty field with a voiceover. And sound effects. Okay, this looks good as an intro of getting the player into, figuring out what happened after the first potion, and then seeing what happens now. Throbbing WWE syndrome, Hillbilly Squirrel Rebellion, Spectral Man Love Fest. Holy shit. They're so good. I had a whole a screenshot compendium somewhere. Maybe it was with my old company that I worked for. We had some really great ones. The gold is being stored in their main camp. It's going to have to be an infiltration. No, I think he would say something different. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go in all sneaky like. Divine Terrorist Kingdom. That's good. I like that one. Wonder if GPT can make similarly funny ones. I don't think GPT... I have a feeling that GPT would only... It doesn't have that randomness, that chaos element to it that I think you need in order to just strike those. GPT would try to be good rather than just be random, which can spark that funny aspect to it. Sometimes randomness can be better for brainstorming than trying to be good. Zombie yoga apocalypse. Maybe you can. Platypus Pogo Party, Unicorns versus Vacuum Cleaners, Penguin Pillow Fight. They're not bad. Space Hamsters Disco Quest. Space Hamsters Disco Quest could be really good. Grandma's Time Traveling Toaster. That one could be good too. Ninja Snail Racing League. See, Lazy Fangs and anyone else, maybe we have to do a game jam with all of us and just make some of these stupid games. Just super basic menu, dumb game that takes 15 to 30 minutes to play max. Ending screen. Done. Next one. And just throw out a whole collection of 5 to 10 of these games in the same the same project. Yeah, I do want to have like a micro game jam. I do want to have it. Stapler Fighter. Stapler Fighter is good. Here's a list of 100 game titles. Choose and make one. I think I would just say like, just make some. Here's the requirements. 30 minutes max gameplay. Whatever you want. And here's a site that you can use to make some National Lampoon's Submarine on Wheels. Submarine on Wheels. Well, the wheels help you drive through the water better, obviously. Well, this isn't the one where he wants to go in all sneaky. Charlie Brown's Goblin Coliseum. You know, one of the games I've always wanted is like a first-person gladiator simulator. Like you start as slave. It's a roguelike game, first-person Coliseum. You had AI make it. There's something to it. There's something to it. Or would it just be like a fitness game, like Wii? Wasn't Wii Sports with the pad? It was Wii Fitness. Fitness game, but all the poses are like zombie. That feels like it'd be the worst thing for your body. You'd be like D in Always Sunny, dancing like the inflatable tube man. A lot more guys in there than what I had to deal with to learn the information. You ever looked into VR game dev? No, I have not. I love VR gaming. I have never made a VR game. I've never owned a VR headset, so it's a completely unknown field for me. Rapture and Index. If anything, I would really like a donation goal to get a better CPU in this computer, because it's really on its last legs. Like a 10 or 12-year-old CPU, but I'd have to replace CPU, motherboard, and RAM in it, and that's not cheap. You'd be looking at, I don't know, $700 to $1,000, because I might have to replace the CPU cooler too. I don't think I would have to, but I might. I'm gonna sell in a good modern set of that for 2,000 zloty. Shit. Yeah, I can't afford to spend any money right now. Our bank account's getting lower. And I just had to buy tickets for next Digital Dragons in advance. Yeah, it's not looking good. Start doing VR game dev simply because there's so few good games. There are some publishers that would help you with getting some money to make VR games. I think taking an approach like Half-Life Alyx does, where you focus on the verbs of a game first and foremost, is pretty good. No, you're right, Lazy Fangs. Latent Sorcery, yeah. Hey Datu, how you doing? Been grinding crafting. I saw that. I recently just banked 99 crafting. But it's like 55,000 earth staves. That's what I'm gonna be making. I want some way to lead this back into like the main dialogue that you have. I guess this could be it. Right here, like the main dialogue loop. Yeah, for me, I highly recommend making staves for crafting XP. They're just so good, especially if you high alch them, because you do make profit on the high alchs. And they're just really good. 245,000 to 337,000 XP an hour. It's just wild. Been doing diamond bracelets. How much are those? How much XP an hour are those? That's pretty decent. It's pretty decent high elk for XP. XP an hour is not the highest, but it is very profitable. What game is this? This is old school RuneScape. We are degenerate players of that. We always talk about crafting methods and XP per hour. How do we do this? We need to play this only if the player has said this for the first time. So the condition needs to be save choice, greeted thief 2A, false. We need to initialize this choice. And if player has already greeted the thief, we need to actually jump to here. And then on this first dialogue set, we need to save the choice that we've greeted him. It's cool to see these dialogue strings. It's visually very satisfying to see like the dialogue come together. At least that's how I feel. But in some cases it looks really wild. For instance, the lore loop. This one. This is a whole bunch of lore dialogue for this character and his backstory. So yeah, it's wild. I kind of got carried away in this one with his family and some lore about spoons. He's kind of got an obsession for spoons because of his dad, and so he wants to collect spoons, and he wants to open a pawn shop to sell spoons and spoon adjacent objects like bowls and ladles and other things that could be used as spoons. We kind of just got off the rails on this one. So his name is Spoon. He's a goblin thief. It gets way too deep into spoons that it should, and then he has like these. He searches for spoons in the wild, and that's how he finds the spoon nut. And he can give you some of those. It's wild, it's wild, but it's pretty cool because you can like unlock completely new encounters with him just based on the dialogue, which is something I don't often see in games, right? Where usually like quests and dialogue are separate, so they don't necessarily influence each other too much. And what I want to do is have a lot of the dialogue that you can say heavily influence whether or not that the future of that NPC will be one way or another. And so you may only unlock certain quests and encounters by going down certain dialogue paths. And once you do that, you know, that is a kind of unique fork of the character that you've encountered. War games need to do that. I think they do, and it's difficult, but I think it's very rewarding to players when they realize that, hey, just so you know, everything you say to a character is actually important, and it does have an impact. So like every time you see you know, anything green is where a choice has been saved, and we can pull that info later and use that to make some other determination, or just to help cater the dialogue to be more accurate. If you've already learned something from that character in another dialogue path, then we can assume that you know it already and you don't need to be reminded of it. And so the characters will then treat you as if they've already told you that thing. Minecraft Alpha soundtrack lo-fi is so good. Look, a lot of work, but important work to make the game stand out. Yeah, to me, I think this is the game's most unique aspect, will be the way that you can change the fate of characters based on like the potions you give them. We mapped it out yesterday, and I can pull it up again just in case people are curious about it. This was a rough map of how this character's story kind of goes and the different encounters that can occur primarily based on, well, it's not exhaustive, but it is a good example of just how, I guess, webbed his encounters are. A little visually confusing, especially in this area, but like his main encounters are going to be 1, 2A and 2B, then 3A and 3B. So this is the initial fork, and then as we go there, it either can end there, or you'll have an encounter about him opening up his pawn shop and coming to tell you about it. You'll have an encounter with him actually, he talks about this race that he lost with a rat man in the sewers, and you can convince him to do a rematch, and he'll come back then. If you've convinced him to do the rematch, he'll come back and ask for a potion to help win that match. And so you can provide that, or there's actually different cases. So if you provide him with a terrible potion that doesn't do the job, he will lose and drown and die. If it's not a very good potion, he will lose. If it's just good enough, he will win, but just barely. If it's a really good potion, he will win by a huge margin. And if it's like a perfect potion, he'll win, and the rat man will drown. But if you provide him with like a luck potion, he will get caught cheating and is disqualified. So, you know, in some cases you may not want to go above and beyond, because you need to think, is this really a good idea, right? It's really cool. I hope so. I mean, it sounds cool, but I don't know if in practice it will be frustrating for players. But I really want players to think like, okay, I am the alchemist. And in some cases, going above and beyond is really helpful. If a knight comes in asking for a health potion because he's about to go into a dungeon, providing him with extra protection against the encounters he's going to face is great. He'll live. But in other cases, going above and beyond may be disastrous. In some cases, purposefully sabotaging an NPC, like an assassin, may have good effects. You know, if you say, okay, he wants a really strong poison, well, I'm going to give him a health potion instead, and tell him that it's poison. Maybe he gets caught and jailed, and the person he was going to poison has never been healthier because he just drank a health potion instead of poison. Maybe that has a good effect. So sometimes sabotaging NPCs, sometimes turning them down, or going above and beyond is a good thing or a bad thing. It just depends on the scenario. So there's no one perfect way to solve every single scenario. You need to think about it case by case. That's really unique too. To me, I think it's unique. I think it is the prime example of a role-playing game where your choices actually matter. And if we can achieve it, we will create a game that has meaningful consequence to individual encounters that you have with NPCs. And if we can then, on top of that, add a layer of unique characters that have their own individual beliefs and prejudices, and goals, we can provide a rich tapestry of NPCs that no player is going to totally agree with or disagree with, but that, you know, Spoon here is a little bit racist. And he has reason to be. You can agree with him, you can disagree with him, you can choose to ignore it, you can choose to not work with him because of it. You know, I think that that's an interesting aspect of his character, that he kind of has reason to believe that way, but if you don't want to work with him because of that, that's fine, and if you just don't really care, that's fine too. It's not really racist, it's more like speciesist, right? He just doesn't like the rat men and some ogres. He thinks that with good reason that there are some races in the world, some species in the world that are more violent by nature, and like, well, that's kind of true. So, you know, sounds really well thought out. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't want to push an agenda on players. I simply want to provide them with, here are characters and problems in this world. Do you agree or disagree? I will help Spoon. Yeah, I think you should help Spoon. And actually, if you convince him that, hey, you know, maybe you should let some of these species into your shop when you open it. Just hire more guards, you know, be a bit more careful about security. But I think you should not turn down these people because they are paying customers. And my plan is that if you convince him to do that, he will mention that he did it and he's making a lot of money, but he does have to deal with more thefts and violence than usual, so he just has to hire an additional guard to help out with the security. I think that's a fair consequence of the actions, right? There's no, like, doing action A is perfectly good, doing action B is perfectly bad. It is a mix. And if there are some species of creatures that are violent by nature, I think that you might have some outliers, but you still have to deal with the majority. Super stoked to see this. Me too. I'm hoping that with this character and with a couple other characters that we add, we can convince publishers that, like, hey, this is unique. You know, what you're going to experience here is something that is usually only seen in old school RPG games or RPG games that are like strategy combat games and not casual job simulators. I guess if you want to consider like Alchemy a job simulator. It's more of a life sim, right? A life sim RPG. Okay, we need to put this into here. So let me move this over to the side so that I can copy it down. Can I ask something about you? Question mark. How long have you been doing game dev? About 10 years professionally, and many years as a kid hobbyist before that, if we want to count that. I'm turning 30 this year. That should be fun. I already feel 35. Oh, saves choice greeted thief 1. Well, we don't need to do that, so we can just put it here. I ask something about you. All in Unreal, most of it in Unreal, but I've only 2 out of the 3 games that I've worked on have been in Unreal, like released games. The first one was not. What would you like to know? But pretty much all of my hobby dev for the past 10 years has been in Unreal. I feel very comfortable in it. I'd like to ask a more personal question. Can I ask something about goblins? We do need to finish writing his lore. But I was going to do that afterwards because it's kind of separate, the way that we enter and exit the encounter with the lore, so we can keep it separate like that. Better head to bed, it's getting late here. Thanks for showing and explaining everything to me. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for the follow. I hope to see you again. It was really nice chatting to you. Definitely stop by next time I can. That would be amazing. Yeah, I really enjoy talking with you guys on stream. And if there's any way that I can help you kind of get that push started into making another game, just say the word. I learned a lot here. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I don't think I'm a very good teacher, but there's only one way to get better, right? Happening beyond this part of the realm. Join the Discord too. Thank you so much. Yeah, take care. Have a nice sleepy time, and we'll see you next time. This node scares me a little bit because I want the NPCs to be your source of news. The only problem is we don't know when an NPC is going to... We don't know when an NPC is going to show up, and we don't know what has occurred since then. So either we need to somehow stage the NPCs a bit into acts, or we need to have dialogue that is very flexible. Let's not think about it yet. I'm not gonna get worked up about it. I might open the window. It's pretty decent outside, just to prevent it from getting too hot in here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna open up the other one too. We'll do some more Elden Ring later too. I did it, Mom. You might hear some background noise with some of the cars or trucks that go by. Can't help it. Okay, this needs to have the event, saves, location, and dialogue. Perfect, and then these two lead into lore loops. Begin dialogue. Lore loop thief. Perfect. And this one is begin dialogue. Lore loop goblins. Lore loop entry points. We'll have to do this for each one. It kind of sucks, but like it is what it is. We don't have any way back from this, though, do we? I just kind of noticed that we don't actually have any way to come back from the once we enter the lore loot points. Actually, never mind. Okay, this is gonna jump back to this point. Okay, a little bit of spaghetti. Should I make a sound alert that is Charlie from Always Sunny saying you're taking me for a spaghetti day? So you guys can spam that whenever I have a lot of spaghetti on the screen. Okay, so you're going to look for the gold now. As part of the problem, you see the gold is being stored in their main camp. A whole lot more guys in there than what I had to deal with to learn the information. What's your plan? What kind of potion can I make for you? Like, well, it's not so much a potion as it is a poison. Just like he said the first time. Not so much a potion I need as it is a poison. Again. Okay, I think poisons. Not a problem. Or we'll do... Look, I helped you with the poison once. But I can't do that again. I was thinking it would be cool too if during the course of dialogue you could change which potion was needed. My only... We would have to do some refactoring for that though. It's not impossible if we wanted to do that. To where you could convince a customer that they should try like a different approach. And so you can make a different potion. It's not impossible, but it will require some refactoring if that's what we want it to go down. Okay, 3 separate... We'll do a condition on this. Have learned about potion thief. I think that's the way we kind of framed it here, right? Learned about potion thief 1. Learn about Potion Thief 2A. Yeah. True. Wait, false. I mean, one way that we can skip the spaghetti too is by using the begin dialogue node event and then just pushing it to that. So, like, there's a way we can do things if we want. Learn about Potion Thief 2A true. What were you looking for again? Something to whip them up into frenzy. Stronger the better. I want to coat my dagger with it. Start slicing. And then we'll save an event here. Save choice. Learned about Potion Thief 2A. True. So this way you can really only go down this dialogue tree once to learn about the potion initially, and then afterwards he just reminds you of what you talked about. Let's finish writing this up first. Spoon does what spoon does. So, I'm looking for a way to get them to fight each other. Something to whip them up into a frenzy. That way they can do the dirty work for me as long as I get the party started. It's the best shot I have at getting my gold back. Once I have it, I can start up my pawn shop. And act all honest like. Promise. little bit of pleading with you, and you'll have the option to turn him down or be like, all right, I'll help. Last time with poisons, though, okay? I swear it on my love for spoons and my devotion to Stentious. Perfect. Want to find, have to find some other alchemists to help you. Isn't a job for me. I see. Well, I'll just try find some other way to do this then. He'll say he'll find someone else. Just try to find someone else. Can help Spoon then. Good luck, Spoon. And just buy. They'll both lead to the same thing, just different, like, just different flavors, responses on this one. Save choice. Thief wants to do business. False. And then end the encounter. Okay, looks good. Here's the thing, if he mentions spoons and stenches here, I don't really want this to have to lead into him talking about the spoons and stenches again. Like, that's just a lot of lore to dump when you're asking about what potion he needs. But we do have saved info about the fact that you've learned about stenches and that you've heard the story about spoons. Have heard about stenches is one of them. Heard about Spoon's dad, the other. So we'll put a condition here. Two conditions of save choices for each of these. I swear it upon all that I hold dear. Will be his his generic response if those conditions aren't met. But here's the thing, what if one of them is true? What if only one is true and the other's not? Technically we have four different, we have true, 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 false, false, true, false, false. If they're both true, will it always pick the top one? I guess we'll have to see. I don't really know how it chooses. I could see if the guy who's made narrative is around. Is this him? Okay, I have his Discord. I'm gonna quickly ask him. A quick question, if you have a second. No worries if not. I have the following case. Linked in the image below. Is the second NPC dialogue node chosen as a fallback if both conditions in the top node aren't met? And if both conditions are met, is it for sure going to select the top node? Maybe he can help us there. Let's move this up. I'm running out of space here a little bit. Spaghetti is real. Definitely serious then. I mean, why not? Just like let him. I guess let the player just decide if they don't trust Spoon on this one. Trust you on your word for that. Not listening to the stream, but I want you to know I'm here lurking and co-working. Thank you, Rice Boy. I will send you a heart. I appreciate all the people that lurk and co-work with me here. It's nice to have somebody you can just throw up on the side monitor or play in the background and get your work done for the day, right? I've always had a problem with motivation sometimes with regards to working alone. I don't know, sometimes if I didn't have anyone to share it with or didn't have somebody working beside me, I realized that I wasn't as fast as I would like to be. I wasn't as consistent, I guess you could say. Add a new term to my block list there. Kind of crazy though, but we've had I have to block best viewers and followers, best viewers on, best viewers at, best and cheap viewers, and long live chaos, which has been seen 53 times. Absurd. Come on, go up. Yeah, it's like working with somebody in the background or working with somebody next to me. It really does kind of improve my performance because I feel like we're working together on one thing. I almost get like secondhand motivation, I guess. I don't know how to put it. There's got to be some phenomenon to that. Some term to describe, like if you and your bros are working on like building a house or something, you're building a cabin out in the woods, doing it alone, I guess it's overwhelming. But if you see everybody working and coming together, it's like, okay, yeah, we can fucking do this. We can work in a team. Maybe it is just that it's less overwhelming when you see things being done that you don't have to then do. Maybe that's what it is. So tell me what you need. Those are then going to lead into here. What else does he want in this one? He also wishes he had a potion to make it easier to carry all the loot out and to help with his stamina. Can we then link back to here? I want this to be the end of it, and to then link back to where you can then ask for more information. Because the Frenzy Potion is pretty straightforward, right? That's all he needs. We'll need some additional nodes here for... Actually, this doesn't need to lead down into here. Oh no, I know why it does. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of spaghetti here. Okay, so one of the developers for Narrative got back. He says that's exactly how it should work. The conditions array must all be met, whether it's 1 or 50 for that node to be taken. Perfect. 0 conditions automatically defaults to true. The only catch is it depends which order you connected the nodes to the previous node. Yeah, so essentially it's going to check one by one. So as long as we connected this first, which we did, and we can see that here in the connected nodes, you can see NPC 23 and then 25. So this is 23, right? It doesn't say that. It says dialogue. Well, I know I mean, I can always just rechange that. Just to be 100% safe. So if this one is true, it's going to play this, and if not, it's going to default to this. Perfect. What poison were you looking for? We want one for... How much loot did they steal anyway? Going to be alright carrying all of that? It's a bit. It certainly isn't a light load. My loot, so I'll manage. So I'll have to manage. Maybe they'll have a cart or something you can put it in, cover it up, get to where you need to go. Might be able to help in some way. The thing is, if I only want the player to go down this route of dialogue once, I don't want to lock them out of being able to learn of some way to help. So at the end of it, you need to be able to say, there's no way that I can help, or I will definitely help. I'm sure you'll do your best. That is, I think, is fine. As dialogue node played. I think I need to find someone to practice Muay Thai on my shoulder muscles. Are your shoulders in a really bad state? Regular masseuse ain't gonna get this one out. Oh shit. I could use a massage too. I feel ya. Okay, so it has to be has not played. Where is this? I want, fuck it, whatever. I'll keep it like that. This is just a mess. I think I could put dummy responses and then just lead to that dummy response. I don't know. I don't know if there's any way that I can avoid the spaghetti with what I'm trying to accomplish here. May just have to accept it. What did you do that your back got fucked up, Body Rob? While I quickly pay my credit card bill. $8 balance. Oh yeah, I know why. I treat my credit card like it's a debit card. Like, I never spend more money than I have. That's pretty great. I just get, like, free benefits from it. No idea what had happened after one of my checkups. Probably laid down wrong in a CT scan bed or something. So. That does not sound fun. I don't sleep the greatest. I roll around a lot. My back is always hurting. I think if I lose some weight, though, it'll be a bit better. I need to start doing that soon, too. Drink too much alcohol. I overeat. I just don't know if I want to go to a gym, you know? I know it could help, and I could do some things in the gym, but, you know, maybe it would be beneficial. Not so sure. Just cutting gluten and sugar out wasn't so fucking hard. Wish cutting out alcohol wasn't so hard. It's just like so easy to say, it's just one beer. You know, just one beer with a lime in it, like what's the harm? Begin dialogue, and we're gonna jump to this node. One day you wake up and your fiance's a fine red mist. That is a very, very, very big leap from what harm is one beer. That's like the old anti-smoking or anti-marijuana ads. I'm not saying you should smoke or do marijuana. I'm just saying, like, they often had a way of. I think South Park even made fun of this in one of their episodes. They had, yeah, it was like the future self, where Stan touched a marijuana cigarette to throw it away, and because he touched it, his future self came back from the future, and it's like just a junkie loser. It's a way to scare the kids into doing the right thing. Look at my dagger that's restless. Okay, so we jump back to here. The player has access to the 3 primary questions, I suppose, which would be what poison were you looking for again, and how much loot did they steal, and you can ask him about what he needs it for. The doobie disposer. I have never tried any drug. I've only tried alcohol. And I didn't drink alcohol until I was 24. Like when I moved here to Poland. I hadn't had any alcohol until I moved to Poland. I've been in the room with people who were smoking marijuana. So I probably got like secondhand kind of high, but like not that much. All I know is I didn't like how it smelled. Not a terrible wrestling name for some kids or whatever, backyard wrestling. The doobie disposer. Did you ever play those games like backyard football and backyard soccer? Backyard baseball? Remember that? With what's his name? Pablo, the absolute champ. I've noticed that some people remember these games and some people don't. You remember those? These were the fucking best. There's backyard baseball, backyard football, you know, American football. These were so good. They're so easy to win, but they were so good. I think it's got good edutainment games. Some got the worst shit ever, yeah. We had some really good ones in school, but I don't remember the name of them. I am glad that my parents, when we played games as kids on like the PC, or mainly the PC, that we would play like educational games. Like some, I don't know, there was like some like some math maze one where you were in a maze trying to find the exit and you had to solve math puzzles. Or like logic-based games. I appreciate that my parents, though, were very, very good at either doing that or saying, no games for you, go outside and play. I'm locking you out of the house. You will play outside in the backyard for 2 hours until you can come back in. Burn some energy. Thanks for the reminder. Library had something called Operation Neptune where you pilot a submarine and do puzzle stuff. You can find it on Moby Games. It took me like 2 days to track down. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yo, I lived near the library too, and that was really nice. Do you mean Operation Neptune, the Normandy landings? I do not know if I ever played this. Wait, I don't remember this one. Events begin dialogue. Maybe they'll have a card or something you can put it in, cover it up, and get to where you need to go. We'll see. Bandits aren't well known for their organization. I think Zumbinis was a staple for the home and schools. That sounds familiar. I don't think I played this. I've heard of the name. So somebody else might have mentioned it. It's like a newer one though? Or is this just a remake? There was some game I played. I wonder if it was made by this same company, because this kind of looks Broderbund. Damn, they made a lot of games. Wowee. There was some game I remember playing in school a lot where you like... I remember there was one where you like built cars and something and raced them. A maze shoot 'em up game. I remember Labyrinth. Capitalism Plus. Gotta play that one. An arcade game construction program? What? Dude, that's wild. In 1982, the game allows players to create alien attacks like those seen in Galaxian. Great game. The inbuilt editor allows players to design, animate enemies, players, and explosions, give enemies instructions on moving and firing, drawing backgrounds and title screens, creating sound effects and music, and setting various gameplay rules. Finished games can then be saved to a self-booting disk to allow them to run without this program. That's wild. In 1982. What the fuck, man? Here we are decades later struggling to make games with pre-made engines, right? God, somebody's got to make like a YouTube video on that. Another one you think if you played with as a kid with a massive jacket and a hat that covered the face really well. Would have been, how old would I have been? I don't know, I could search like 90s educational computer games. And maybe there's one on here. I don't even know if I would recognize it if I saw it though. I like how we're going down this rabbit hole of old educational games we played when we were kids. Logical Journey. See, that's one of those Broderbund. Logical Journey. But it's not even listed here. Oh, no, it is. That's the Logical Journey of the Zumbinis. That's the one you were talking about. Logic Quest 3D. One day I'll think of it. I do remember these Jumpstart adventure games. I remember Math Blaster. I remember that. Jesus, this is all just triggering memories. I remember Spy Masters. I remember that game. I think if I do have a kid, and I will have a kid eventually, I will be very careful about how much they spend looking at a screen. But if they do, I want to make sure that it is something mostly educational, right? It doesn't have to be boring, but it just has to be something that is challenging their brain in a positive way. So like I think playing Minecraft or playing like some logic-based games is really really great. Puzzle games. Oh my god, Sim Ant. I totally forgot that Sim Ant was a game. You could have an you could have an ant colony. What a rabbit hole. Not to be confused with Sim Ant. Yeah, the 18 plus 18 plus incest game. Oh, in which you get nagged to clean your... Okay, see, that's a lot better than what I was thinking. Oh yeah? How could you help? Maybe a potion to help you carry some extra stuff? You can do that? You found it? What is it? Gizmos and Gadgets, that's the fucking one. That's the name of it. Holy shit. That's it. Gizmos and Gadgets. This game was amazing. Here it is. I remember it. Oh my god, I remember it. I remember it. It's all coming back. Yep, the downhill racer. What a game you found it. Thank you so much for finding this. Oh, the memories of just sitting in the back of math class and playing it. Wow. Wow.
Bullshit.
Hold on, we're getting follow rated again.
Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
How many this time?
Two
Oh, a
shots
lot.
as they were intended. By blasting them directly into your mouth.
Awesome. I'm wasted.
Still funny. Even if it's
Bullshit.
being follow rated, that's still funny to me.
Bullshit. Derivative.
Do.
That I love. I absolutely love.
Is it gonna still play the audio?
Meow.
Oh yeah, it is.
Hey.
Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
It looks like he may commit suicide.
Which one is it?
Suicide is badass.
No.
Meow.
Oh, there we go. Mute alerts. Problem solved. Alright, guys. This happens to me a lot. Okay, fixed that. They are still coming in. I will give them a second to finish. Looks like computer science. What's up? Good to see you. You will have to give me a brief second. We are getting raided by follow bots, and I am waiting for them to finish, and then I will delete all of them and ban them. I don't know why it happens, but it happens, and it's a little annoying. But I guess we'll get straight from the archive org page. Really? I know what I'm doing later. Yeah, that's good to know. Gizmos and gadgets. I don't think I've heard that name in a long time. Okay, you can do that? Yes, we can. Definitely. Can even throw in... You know, we'll have him suggest the stamina. Definitely, that's not a problem. Would it also be possible to... have the potion give me some stamina too? I could work something out for that. What like strengths does he want these to be? He requires the frenzy at tier 2. The secondary effects desired are fortify carry rate and regenerate stamina too. Really writing my own game engine with sprite stacking for a nice unique look, and my idea is an open world game, but I don't know if I should make the character as a pixel art or a voxel character. Give me some examples of how you see the character in voxels. Like, is it a fully 2D game? Is it going to be any way to see the 3D element to it, or I don't know? Just explain it more to me. Do we have fortify stamina as an effect though? No, we don't. We just have regen stamina. Okay, that works then. And we can explore the world in 2D mixed with 3D. I think voxels could look pretty cool. Kind of similar to like we talked about this a few times on the stream. 3D dot game heroes on the PS3. This was a unique game that I don't see. So don't worry, don't apologize. Anybody who can speak another language is incredible. I really like the voxels in this game, and I don't think voxels are as explored as pixel art is. So if you can make your game unique by adding in some voxel elements, I think that would look pretty cool. think those followers have finally stopped coming in. I can delete them. It's absurd. It's kind of funny to me that somebody's just wasting money on this, though. All for me to click like 1 or 2 buttons. Like, game uses very low-res pixel art, and to be honest, I think only devs really appreciate it. Players will tolerate pixel art, not adore it. Yeah, I think the pixel art still has to have a unique style, and like pixel art is not a replacement for art style, right? I'm playing with a single asset. Okay, let's see. There's a few left. I can... How do I select them? There we go. All good. No bots on here. I don't see any bots. See some partners. Sorry for doxing you guys. You're a crunchy leaf, which was replaced afterward with something higher quality. That's cool. It's better than what I've made. I've made colored primitives, and I feel proud about that. Potion help me. See, possible to have the potion help me with my stamina too. Which code editor are you currently using? I'm using Unreal, so I'm working mainly in blueprints. Finally, my copy of Asprite was used for something, so it really was a win-win for both of us. Nice. How are you guys doing today, by the way? On Tuesday, July 2nd. 2 days until American Independence Day. If that matters to anyone other than me. I don't know where you guys are from in the world. How often do you fly back to the US? I have flown back to the US once in 5 years. Sadly, it is very expensive. And I haven't had the best salaries here in Poland. Never used like a real game engine, but I didn't know that you can code without writing code. Yeah, I think that blueprints are really great for people who might struggle with traditional coding. They offer a great way to handle things visually. I don't know, I can show some of them. I don't fly through the floor. So, for instance, my whole alchemy table was written with blueprints, so it's all visually handled. With nodes that are pre-written by Epic, or you can write your own nodes as well to do that visually. Mostly function to function with input and output, of course, so Essentially, they're just like nodes of functions or setting or calling of variables. And this is specifically a dialogue node editor plugin that I've gotten. So you can create dialogue through the use of nodes, and then they will display onto the UI. Okay, let's comment these, and we'll say this is initial response based on outcome of thief 1. Response after initial greeting. Reminder about requested potion. Initial explanation for requested potion. School teacher have us a project to make from scratch that has to do with graphical coding, and this was the beginning of my game engine. You are crazy for making your own game engine. I respect it a lot. I could never do something like that. Lore and info about secondary effects desired. Hold on, let me go a little bit deeper and see if he just to ask about like flavor. Any desired flavor for this? And I don't think he cares about the flavor for this. No, because it's a secondary effect, he doesn't care. Nah, I don't give a shit. Okay, that looks good. Make sure these are on a separate potion and not part of the poison I requested. Got it. Going Man in Vienna is like crazy about coding stuff from scratch, and at the beginning I couldn't understand why this is a good idea, but it makes a lot of fun. They hate languages like Java, so I had to code it in C++ and C. Yeah, I mean, I've never coded in Java, but everything I hear about it, it's not the greatest language to code games in. That's just what I've heard. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. I've heard people recommend Python for beginners. Oh, that's a Minecraft. Yeah, but Minecraft Java is not... It's not the greatest. Like, at least recent versions of Minecraft are really poorly optimized. They seem to just focus on adding, like, 10 new blocks every year and then never making the game run better. Python is disgusting. The memes type. Okay, everybody's got their own feelings, I guess, on it. And here I am just making spaghetti. I do wish we had redirect nodes in narrative. That'd be so nice. Okay, and then we need a way to close the... I guess the player can close it at any time. That looks good. Good, good, good. I think we are okay here. We need to add the spoon nut here. That's one thing we have to do. Events, reward player. Rewards. Spoon nut. He's gonna give you 2 more of these. Java is a good language, but C is a god for coding games. My friend coded a game in C for the Game Boy Advance, then I was in love with C. Coded a game in the Game Boy Advance. Are there really good editors for making games in Game Boy, like, nowadays? I know people still make games for them, and, you know, it's easy because it's... You can just distribute it, everybody can get an emulator, super easy to run. Runs on a potato, right? I'm curious if it's a viable modern method of making something small. Do we want to test 2A? We would just have to give Spoon a damage health potion, 2, and a paralysis poison, I believe. I don't even need to talk to him. I can just directly go in and do this. Unless, you know, let's hear about spoon nuts, because then we can test if the spoon nut dialogue works. We'll do the first one without it. But it can't be too strong. It just needs to be damage health 2 if possible. That'll work. Luxar Computer Science, thank you for the follow. I apologize that my my alerts are turned off, but we got raided again. I had to mute them temporarily. Yeah, and then we just need the paralysis. You to go, so have a good stream. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for showing up and for the follow. take care. Good luck with your engine. That's very respectable that you're making your own. I wish you all the best on that. I mean, that has paralysis, but it also has a lot of positive stuff. Yeah, I don't want to resist poison. I don't think that's gonna help. Try this one. There we go. Alright, this should spawn 2A. We'll see if it works. Why do I have no responses available here? Okay, now I do. That was weird. That was weird. What? What? It like was auto-selecting things. They're not set to auto-select. Okay, that was weird. Okay, yeah, I can help with that. Oh, wait, I know the issue. I think I know the issue. This needs to be reparented. Yeah, it's not pulling from the master. That's why. We needed to pull from Diag Master. That's fine. It's easy. Make sure all of these are set to that. Okay, these ones are Thief 4, 2C, 2D, 3A, and 3B do not, so they need to be updated as well. That's why it was working a bit weird. Tomorrow, by the way, marks 100 days of working on Cauldron Chronicles. That is pretty exciting. I wonder how many hours we put into it. YouTube playlist length. Find the length of any YouTube playlist. Where is our YouTube playlist? View channel. Now it's not a perfect example because there is some stuff that we've had like some reactions, and we've certainly gotten sidetracked. but it is a pretty good initial test. Total length of playlist is 23 days, 11 hours. 23 times 24 plus 11. 563 hours of dev. That's not too much. I'm pretty happy with where we are after 563 hours. Holy Mike, congratulations till about 4 hours from now. We had a pretty big uptick in viewers too as things got a bit more visually appealing. Lately though, not so much. Once I started working on dialogue, plummeted down in viewers, which I kind of expected because it's just not that visually interesting. It's more like a podcast right now. So, you know, it'll pick up. The trick where you keep a screenshot in the corner on OBS. That could be done. Once we start to get back, once we, you know, have like this character put in and working, we will be doing more. Like I want to replace the water here with fluid flux. That'll be visually interesting. We'll be adding in like fishing minigame, some enemies, potion combat. I think that stuff will really help to pick the game up. But I don't do this for viewers. I'll put it that way. Like, my motivation doesn't come from increase in viewer numbers. As long as I have like 1 or 2 people to talk with, it's cool. Anything more than that is wonderful. Alright, let me test this again. Yeah, I mean, after 563 hours of working in this, I'm proud of what we have. We have a pretty damn good prototype. And by next year, for conferences, I have no doubt things will be in a very great position. I think the low frame rate is making this blink in and out. Oh, that's right, that gives the resist poison. We don't want that. Did he want paralysis 1 or did he want paralysis 2? I think it's just paralysis 1, right? Yeah. You know, I've talked about it before that if I run out of money, it's gonna have to come to an end. And the reason that, you know, I've been doing it this way, I could just be making a game. I don't have to live stream it. But one of the reasons I do live stream it is so that I have a portfolio of things that I've made almost entirely myself to show off that I know what I'm doing. Okay, development till all roses and rainbows until you actually start your project. That's true. Idea phase is pretty nice, because there's no responsibility for the idea. Remember that bastard hid my gold. Hey, great work, Spoon. Thanks, human. Anyway, I need a new potion. New potion, you say? I can help with that. Oh, before I forget though, those poisons you made for me really did the trick. Had that bastard weeping for his mum as he spilt the location of my gold. He couldn't move a muscle the whole time. Anyways, took some stuff that I thought might be useful for you from a pack he had lying around. Plants and shit, you know. Alchemy crap. Thank you for thinking of me, Spoon. I'll put these to good use. And he gives you some nice stuff. Very cool. The resolution on those kinds of looks shit. Weird. Some better contrast too on these would be nice. On the panels here. We can fix that. Small thing. I don't know why the icons look so bad though. Not a problem. Anyways, always up for stealing something, and I felt like I owed you after providing me with exactly what I needed. We can't ask him about his potion. Why? Why is that? Probably because we never initialized this learned about potion 2A. Yeah, we never did that. Oops, not that. There we go. Problem fixed. Alright, let me try it again. Good thing is we're making pretty good time. It's about 3 hours with some distractions to make the 2A, which means we can make then 2B, and we'll have the first 2 phases of his lore done. We'll have Encounter 1 and Encounter 2A and 2B. Encounter 2C is very easy. That takes like, I don't know, 10 minutes max. That's him just coming back to tell you how shit you are and he never wants to see you again. So I think we can do that today too. And 2D is just the same as 2B with some slight modifications. So we could duplicate 2B and just make some changes to the initial dialogue he says to you. And we should be good. And then tomorrow we can do 3A and 3B. Those should be a bit easier because he doesn't actually request a potion. He's just going to come and talk to you and then leave. So those shouldn't take too much time to make. 4 and 5 he does request a potion from you. 6 he does not. If I'm not mistaken. Oh no, 4 he does. 5 is just to come tell you about the outcome. Majority of my social interactions, to be honest. I approach, I talk, I leave. You know, I'm supposed to give a talk to some students, some game dev students soon. I think in a couple weeks. And one of the talks, you know, one of the topics will be about networking and how I would approach that, what I would recommend for them. I'm a little scared. Like, I don't know if my advice would be is great. I'm very much like a kind of like a half optimist, half realist. Where I'm gonna have to tell these kids the hard truth in some cases, but I want to, you know, not dissuade them from trying, but just be honest about what to expect. I'll do my best, I suppose. Like, kids, the industry kind of sucks shit right now. Making a game is not enough anymore. I hate to say. In a lot of cases, knowing the right people can get you into a lot of doors. Alright, let's see what he does. Okay, great work, Spoon. New potion, I can help with that. Thank you for thinking of me. You're gonna go look for the gold now. Well, that's part of the problem, you see. The gold is being stored in their main camp. Hell of a lot more guys in there than what I had to deal with to learn the information. So, what's your plan? What kind of potion can I make for you? Well, it's not so much a potion I need as it is a poison. Again, Spoon does what Spoon does. Alright, I can make poisons, not a problem. So I'm looking for a way to get them to fight each other, something to whip them up into a frenzy. That way they can do the dirty for me as long as I get the party started. Alright, sounds reasonable. So, got the poison I need? How much loot did they steal anyway? You gonna be alright carrying all of that? It's a bit, certainly ain't a light load, but it's all my loot. I'll have to manage. Maybe they'll have a cart or something you can put it in, cover it up, and get to where you need to go. We'll see. Bandits aren't well known for their organization. I might be able to help in some way. Oh yeah? How could you help? Maybe a potion to help you carry some extra loot? You can do that? Not a problem. Would it also be possible to have the potion help me with my stamina too? Any desired flavor for this? No, I don't give a shit. Just make sure these are on a separate potion and not part of the poison I requested. Got it. And we could then jump into his loot, or not his loot, his lore. Or we can jump back. We should be able to ask him about it again, and we don't have that here, so we have to fix that. Coarse language. Yeah, he doesn't hold his language in, that's for sure. Once we've written all his lore, we can replace the mesh 2 with the proper goblin mesh. That should be pretty easy. I hope. I bet it's because we didn't initialize the... Learned about Potion Thief 2A. Got a proper goblin man unless he has a gingivitis blood wall. Nice Asmon reference, I love it. He is a goblin. Learned about Potion Thief. No, that should be there. It saves the choice. Weird. I have about another hour of crafting grind to finish my crafting goal, but I need sleep. Dude, congrats on the crafting grind. It's not the most enjoyable. It's okay, it's not the worst to train. I'd say crafting is pretty mid to train. It's weird. We definitely save information that the player learns about it. Oh, I know why. I know why. I don't know why. Oh no, I know why. Oh why? Because this has to hook up to here. This actually doesn't have to hook up to here, but it does have to hook up to here. Yeah. Just wanted it to 75 to do magic birdhouses since I got the hunter level. Oh, that's a good point, yeah. I don't do birdhouses as much as I should. But I mean, now that we have the hunter guild, I don't think I'll ever do birdhouses again. I'd rather go for the unique stuff from the hunter guild than mess around with birdhouses anymore. It's not that they're bad XP, but just I want to make sure that the XP I get is worth trying to do like something worthwhile. That's my excuse. Okay, this looks good. Let's do it one more time, but this time we're going to learn about spoon nuts ahead of time and see if that works for him to give us the spoon nuts. And if we can, learn about his dad and about stenches, which is a lot we're gonna have to talk to him about. Birdhouses still get idle money. That's true. That's true. And the clues are nice. They drop clues pretty often. That is a fair point. Alright. I'd like to ask a personal question. Which one leads us to the spoon nuts? Look for an orange glow. I don't see it. Oh, it's all the way here. It's all the way down in his family. Okay. Alright. You have any family? Curious, your dad was a thief too. Is that how you got your name? Where's your dad now? Why spoons? I want to hear all the details. Last thing I need to finish hard lumberage tasks, just a few levels of rune crafting and bones to peaches. Did they already make the changes to the mage training arena so that a lot of those rooms are way better? I think they did make those changes. I think bones to peaches is way better to get now than it used to be. It's a good spell to have though, helps a lot in God War's dungeon. Okay, this kind of just leads directly there. Then we need to go up to... We don't cut off the hands of thieves because they're spoons, you know. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is where he makes the mind goblin these nuts joke. Mind goblin these nuts, human? Gotcha. Okay, and this is where he gives you the spoon nut. Jesus Christ. Fucking thing. And this will... Okay, so we've learned about his dad in full, if we can get to the end here. I think it triggers somewhere around here. Oh, wait, we can't... Wait, is there another way to learn about stenches? Other than the family? I suppose there would be, but I would need to... hold on. Oh. That fucks it up a bit. Guess I also need to do giant dwarf and another slice of ham. Anyway, going to sleep. Good work, man. Good luck on the crafting grind and the quest tomorrow. Weird, all of these should be false. We should have had an option to press continue, and we didn't. The more I think about the gingivitis thing, the more I wonder how Aspen got famous at all. I think he's just very down to earth. I mean, it was for sure WoW that pushed him into popularity, but I think it was the fact that he is just... He streams a lot. He's very much on the grind, and he seems like one of the most understandable people. Like, it's easier to sympathize with him because he doesn't live like a king and act like some god with his money. That would be my feeling about it. It's easier to relate to him than it is to relate to somebody who, like, complains about their life, but, you know, has like some, I don't know, 2 Lamborghinis and a mansion. And he's just eating shitty, cheap pizza and living in his old house. I'm curious why this didn't show up. Was talking to Spoon about race. It's because those aren't initialized. Okay, we can fix that. Yeah, we can fix that. Forks and pawn shop. All right, let me do that again. Family, dad. Every detail. We don't cut off the hands. Spoon nuts. Perfect, continue. And you go all the way back to this. Okay, that's working. Now, I don't think we can learn about Stenchus unless we enter this loop again. Which means you would have to ask about anything you're afraid of. Forks. You tell it to me again, though. Your dad was a thief. And this time we need to... ask, our hands are spoons, and then we've learned about stenches. Our hands are spoons. Stenches, the god of sewers, designed us all to never be without a spoon. Perfect, which means we've heard about stenches. We've heard about stenches, we know about spoon nuts, and we know about his dad. Which means... I love that. I love that, by the way. Like, we can just jump around and come right back to where we were. It's working perfectly. Let's make these potions. Damage health 2. Paralysis. Toxicap, and we did the purple desert flower. Beautiful. Cool kids know how to jump around. These days, I don't know. Kids are into weird songs these days. We weren't when we were kids. We were into the best songs. Okay, so what do we have to do to get these dialogue options? We got exceptional, which means he should go up and do it. I'll say great work, spoon. New potion, I can help with that. Anyways, it took some stuff that I thought might be useful, okay. Not a problem, always up for stealing something, and I felt like I owed you after providing me with exactly what I needed. Oh, and I also found these while on my journey back to you. 2 spoon nuts. Except we now have lost access to our UI because I forgot to tick the box. Go. Fixed it. Kind of. So we're going to look for the gold now. What's your plan? What kind of potion can I make for you? Where do we get the lore about if we have talked to her about stenches? Oh, it's down here, okay. We need to say... Look, I helped you with the poison once, but I can't do that again. Alright, I'll help. This is the last time with the poisons, though, okay? I swear it on my love for spoons and my devotion to stenches. You're definitely serious then, so tell me what you need. Perfect. I'll teach you to cross your T's and dot your I's, right? Less and less jumping up and getting down as the days go on. Fuck, that's real. Reward player. I could have it on by default too. Keep input on UI. You know what? Let me do it this way. So I can spot it a bit better. Get graph display text. Keep input on UI after close. Select. Will not keep input on UI. Will keep input on UI. So now it'll tell us if it keeps input on UI or not. And I'm pretty sure we rewarded the player in here with the spoon nut, so I gotta make sure that looks good. Beautiful. Like, I had it by default to not keep input on UI, because that's when... I think I should have it on by default. I can't think of a case where we would reward the player and then just, I don't know, have the character leave. Like, there would be kind of a conclusion to the dialogue, so yeah, default it should be on. Let's try one more thing. Let us do... Let me just see if I can trigger properly 2B, 2C, and 2D for the encounters. We trigger 2B by giving him the damage health, but not the paralysis poison. It does have paralysis on it. All right. Beef 2B, perfect. 2C we trigger by... Oh, this one might be hard to trigger. We have to make a bad potion. He comes back to berate you, doesn't want a potion, and leaves. This would be if, I guess if we gave him damage health 2, but with some other bullshit on it that he doesn't want. Like some positive effects, right? Resist magic, cure poison. Yeah, that should do it. I think. 2B. That's a problem. Unless it wasn't low enough to trigger the... No, it should have been low enough to not trigger the base threshold. Let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then I will think about why that triggered. Yeah, I've got to look into that. Okay. BRB. Kill bandit leader with pulse. What's 2C look like? You shouldn't. Oh, wait, I think I know. No, score threshold bad. Outcome type choice update thief wants to do business false. The only one that should allow to be triggered would be 2C, because he doesn't want to do business with you anymore. Unless our logic for that is not working properly, which is possible. Handles any specific potion outcomes that are desired by design. Let's put a breakpoint on here. And I'm also going to put a breakpoint on the barter confirmation. I want to see what score was obtained here when we give him the shitty potion. Cure poison, regen stamina. Either of these should work. Looks good. Yeah, perfect. Okay, we got 33, which is lower than the 35. Which, let me double check. Terrible. Very loud. Oh no, it's returning bad. Yeah, so that should work. Alright. Forgot how loud that track is. Score threshold, outcome trigger. Where is that? 2. Oh wait, that's for Thief 1. Yeah, we don't have it then. We don't have it even put up here. That's why it's not happening. Okay, I see the issue. We need a score threshold. I just crashed the editor. Classic. I think there's something weird with that, that enum. Weird. Okay, score threshold. Bad. That's a choice update of Thief wants to do business. As false. Terrible, he dies. Bad is he doesn't want to do business. Now that should trigger properly. I don't know if I should play a music track the moment the game starts up. I've been thinking about that for a while. I think some players can kind of see that as being annoying. Not damage stamina, regen stamina. Perfect. I mean, you would have to go out of your way to make a potion like this, but it's not like this pathway is that special. I'm sure one player will find it, but okay, perfect. We have the right threshold. I could check here and just see what the available stages say. Beef 2C, perfect. And because it's set to force to top, it should be 2C. Beautiful. Alright, last one to trigger will be 2D, which is providing him with too good of a damage health potion. And he ends up killing the leader. And I think it overrides whether or not you provided the paralysis potion. Like, you get him killed, so it's over. Damage health 4. Is there anything with damage health 4? It might just be the corrupted toadstool. No, there's 4 occurrences of damage health 4. This is 1, 2, 3. But only 3, so there's one more thing somewhere that does. Oh, here it is. Spider Stinger. Character status alive. He wants to do business. Stage complete. And killed bandit leader with potion true. And that happens if... Well, theoretically it should be a potion outcome, shouldn't it? Did we not set it up properly? We might not have. Hold on. Other potion outcome. Provided effect is greater. We didn't like put it down here or something, did we? No. I don't know what it was then. Provided effect is greater than, I think it was 3. He wants damage health 1. I think we allowed damage health 2. But anything greater than or equal to 3. 2E, damage, health. Will result in killed bandit leader with potion. True. Alright, now we can test it. Technically damage health 3 should also cause this, but this will definitely cause it. Alright, come on. Come on, Thief 2D. Please do it. This Thief 2B. Is it for sure Thief 2B, or did I mistakenly not put in 2D into the story file? No, it says 2D, okay. So, okay, that should be easy to fix. In 2B, we need to put a spawn control. What says kill bandit leader with potion is false? So did it not trigger? Choice, Diag Thief 1, kill bandit leader with potion false. Let's see. Alright, this would be the third outcome, so... Why do I have no debug? Okay, that's score threshold, resume. Score threshold, resume. Provided effect. Yeah, we didn't actually, I don't think we actually tested this code when we made it, so there's very likely there's something fucked up here. Can I unmute my alerts now? Are they still playing? Oh yeah, they are still playing. Look at it. Now they're good. We Gucci. We're almost done with them. I can show them on the screen then again too. There we go. Okay, let's step through this. For each in here, we need to go through we check the current potion outcome. Greater equal E damage health 3, choice update, killed bandit leader with potion true. We need to wait until it's here. It never gets there. So maybe there's a class display name comparison that's wrong. It could just be appending like an underscore C. That's very possible, in which case I can just remove that. That should be really easy. I just need to know what it looks like and what we're comparing it against. Corrupted toadstool, round spider stinger. All right, resume. Resume. Yes, it is appending an underscore C. Okay, so the way we can fix that is really easy. We just need to split this display name. Search from end at the underscore and provide the left. I think that will give us the outcome we want. Search for men's right, left. I don't think it includes the split. We'll see. If we get 2D, we know it works. If we don't, we know that we need to maybe go one over, but I think we're okay. We could always do a chop too. We could just chop off the last two. Either way works. Because we know that it will always be an _C. I'll just put breakpoint here. We know if we hit it, it works. It didn't hit it. Wait, wait a second, why are we doing a comparison between... The reason it doesn't work is because it doesn't make sense. Obviously, the E damage health isn't going to equal that. What are we actually trying to check here? We don't want to compare it to the trigger type. We want to compare it to whatever the current encounter is. Right? Get current encounter. We shouldn't even have to do a for each loop through story stages. Shouldn't it just be as simple as doing this comparison? I always wanted to learn Blueprint. Seems pretty cool for UE. I highly recommend it. Also, how are you doing today? Pretty good. Better than bad. Yourself? I'm doing pretty good too. Nothing special. It's a Tuesday. Better than bad, right? I'll take it. What the current potion outcome? The effect ID to check is the trigger value. Sub value here. it's a little messy, but isn't that literally all I have to do? Oh, and compare effect here. I'm sorry, I'm really confused right now. What was I thinking with this? Divided effect. I don't really pay attention. It's so much like Comfy UI, an image generation system. If anyone hasn't heard of it, what is Comfy UI? You can enter a prompt and it makes an image. Are there any examples on here? Yes. Just show me images, please. Oh, so it's like a really controllable, stable diffusion, utilizing nodes. I see. Yeah, that looks pretty nice. That'd be really good for getting more precise concepts to take to like a concept artist or a UI designer or something. That's pretty cool. I think the outcome type is working properly. It's just for some reason this was really weak. I don't know why I was trying to match up. Score thresholds. Provided effect greater or equal. Damage health 3. And if so, do choice update. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing here yesterday. This is clearly not the way to do it. Alright, let's test it. Please 2D. We did it. Oh, we fixed it. Okay. I don't know what I wrote yesterday, but this is clearly not the way to do it. don't even think this Boolean is not necessary. Okay, that looks better. Problem is fixed. Bug solved. Close those. Alright, we can correctly trigger 2A through 2D. And his death, I assume, too. I mean, we can get him killed just by giving him nothing. This should then be Mage. This should be Blue Dick Boy. Yes. Because we've gotten him killed. We've gotten Spoon killed, so no more thief storyline for us. Cool. So we can trigger all of these properly. And we have proper writing for 2A, not 2B yet. 1 and 2A have proper writing. Two B is where he if you don't provide the paralysis potion, he doesn't learn. He doesn't give him up. And the Spoon is a broke bitch. He's gonna go rob a store. He's cased it. He needs a potion of invisibility, and he hopes for some luck. Perfect. Do we have the right outcomes on this? To be. Initial response. Do we want to like copy? No, we don't want to copy. That's if we copy, we will have the same dialogue node IDs, which is a problem. We don't want to do that. We'll have to rewrite stuff from scratch. That's fine. I mean, we can copy a lot of the node aspects from one to another. Yeah, I wish there was a way to copy a lot of it. That's fine. 2B. Like to be dialog node player 0. Okay, let's see. Dialogue line for thief. Human. I'm not happy. I tried torturing the bastard. I did. Nothing worked. He kept squirming around, trying to escape, and wouldn't spit it out. Spit any information out. Damn, so you have no idea they took your gold? Didn't expect that poison not to work. Now the outcome for this is what? 2B is... It doesn't matter how good of an initial poison you did, it would just be that you didn't provide the paralysis potion. Okay. I have nothing. I'm broke. You hear me? There's never been a sewer goblin broke as me. Didn't expect that poison not to work. You did your best, human. He was on his deathbed. I'm not sure what would have gotten him to cough up that info. If not for if your poison didn't work. Your best human, he was on his deathbed. I'm not sure what would have gotten him to cough up that info if your poison didn't work. Say, I'm sorry, Spoon. What do we do now? Only thing I can think to do is steal some more loot. That'll make up for the crashing editor. What is it? Why is the crasher editing whatever? Why is it doing it? God, it's so frustrating. Ah. God, the weather's really nice out today. I need to post more updates on socials about what we're doing with this dialogue. I have a feeling like it could generate some interest if once we mention that, like, hey, you can do all this crazy shit with dialogue in our game. Brett was taking like a screenshot of, maybe you guys would feel differently, but I'm not sure taking a screenshot of this is really that interesting, you know? Maybe I'm being too harsh on myself with it. Great. Let me just rewrite this again. None. I have nothing. You hear me? I'm the brokest sewer goblin. Never been a sewer goblin. Less loot than I have. I don't remember what I wrote. I'm just gonna write it differently, I guess. You did your best, human. He was squirming with pain on the ground. Hey, Cuthbert, how you doing? Your poison didn't work. I'm not sure what could have. I'm sorry, Spoon. What do we do now? You see 3D AI generation tool? I saw you posted it. I have not looked at it. How good is it? And what would we want to use it for? Actually, it's good for prototyping. I wouldn't use it outside of prototyping, though. The only thing I would use it for is prototyping. I want to see it bigger. Yeah, it would be a case of this is, you know, it's better than like a gray box to represent a couch. But I still wouldn't want it in my final game, that kind of thing. It's just for placeholder, if I would ever use something like this. Jesus, that's expensive. doesn't say you can use them commercially unless you buy the business plan. It says chat avatar is for commercial use. It does not say wait. It does not say rodent has commercial use. I wouldn't. The thing is, I wouldn't use this stuff in the final product, but yeah, posting like a prototype on itch with AI generated content is probably not the greatest idea. It depends on your purpose, right? Because I wouldn't charge money for anything that I don't feel comfortable with, that doesn't meet our ethical standards, and using AI in our games does not meet my ethical standards. And so therefore I wouldn't charge for it. Just one would complain if it's public. I'd be more worried about the models not being useful on a technical level. Yeah, the thing is, the only thing I could see these being useful for is that they're probably like ridiculously high poly, right? They're not optimized. So they're good if you use nanite. But if what you're planning to use here is not given nanite, which is only available in Unreal, I don't know how useful these would be. Yeah, it's like I could make some, like if I wanted to, here's the couch I had an idea for, 3D artist, and can we make something that looks like this? And then it gets properly made through the pipeline. So it's another way to go to an actual artist and say, here's what I envision. Make a pre-rendered game, that's true. Yeah, you could make like an old school adventure game where it's just pre-rendered backgrounds. I don't know how optimized these are. I'd have to see, but I don't want to make them. Hold on. Okay. Oh, I don't know my password. Whatever. Never mind. Keep writing this. I'll take a look at it at home and let you guys know what I feel like about it tomorrow. Give me 1 second to get back to somebody on LinkedIn though, before I forget. Friday at 5 p.m. I have a call. There is one day, I think it's the 17th. If it's still going to happen, I have that call with university students, but it's at like midnight where I'm living. So if we stream the next day, it'll be a bit later than usual. I don't know how long it'll be, maybe like a couple hours. So I might just sleep in and stream in the afternoon on that day. I don't know, I suppose I could steal some more loot to replace this stolen loot that I had stolen from me. You lead an interesting lifestyle, Spoon. Have you ever thought of leading a more honest life. I really can't keep supporting this style. I really can't keep supporting this spoon. I don't think I can provide my services to you anymore. And we'll do another option of just go along with it. Know where you're going to steal from. Okay, that works. Know where you're gonna steal from. I don't remember if we wrote down what he's going to steal from. Just gonna go rob a store. Might say supporting behavior or bad business, depending on what is important to the player character. What do you mean? Can you reword that? I think I'm just misreading it. We probably both agree, but I'm just misreading it. Yeah, I was casing a store nearby where you wrote supporting this because it just sounds emotionally non-committal. That's a good point. Really can't keep supporting. I mean, it could be for like lack of virtue. It could be that you disagree with his. Hold on. We're going to end up getting in trouble if you continue doing this. I don't agree with the methods resort to in order to find success. Hard to make a living. That way the player kind of has an option of that you're looking out for his benefit, or you just don't agree with what he's doing. Does Dialog Tree a marketplace asset or something you made custom? It is built off of Narrative 3, a marketplace plugin. I will give a link. It is also on 50% sale right now. I can link it there for you or anyone else who's interested. It's very good. They also have a couple of other things they have, like narrative interaction and an inventory system and a navigation system, which I think includes a mini map. Yeah. Which I'm kind of tempted because we will want a mini map and a world map. And if it's 50% off, that's pretty tempting. But that's a lot, that's a lot of money. I have a lot of experience listening to people fight, and the person that says this is usually lying. I don't want to ask how you have a lot of experience listening to people fight, but I agree that if the player is going to disagree with what Spoon is trying to do, I think it should be based on multiple angles. Hey Bartosz. Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Have you ever thought of leading a more honest life? What do you mean? I'm honest with myself.
With this self-anal massage, you can reclaim an important part of yourself.
Bartekno just resubscribed for 7 months.
Thanks, man.
Now it's fine.
I really appreciate that. We gotta meet up sometime and have a drink. I owe you for all these subs. Actually, I could come back to Krakow this month sometime. If we wanted to hang out. We're fully moved out, so now I don't really have any... I don't have any shit to do. Gotta come back and hang out with you too, Cuts, but I use free ones, shame on me. Yeah, but you still pay for Prime. I gotta come out and hang with Voldek too. Maybe I can come to Katowice. Yeah, you could, yeah. Fights are usually personal information, but a lot of the time they happen online, so part of my knowledge is public. I think at a certain point you might care for Spoon. I guess it depends. So I do think giving the player the option to say like, hey, this... I don't have a problem with what you're doing, but I have a problem with the fact that it's going to lead you down to... It's going to lead you to bad things, right? A lot of experience in fights, but in Polish, so I can't help Joey with words. You don't have to help me with words, but we're just kind of like figuring out what the... 3B is kind of a desperate point for Spoon because he doesn't learn where his gold is. So he's broke, everything was stolen from him, although this was loot that he originally stole himself anyway, so it's like, was it really his to begin with? No. But now he doesn't have it. General store or the like, I don't really know. They were selling soap and food. So I'm not sure what kind of store that is. Sounds like a general store. Please continue. Either way, sounds like a good opportunity for money. You lead an interesting lifestyle, Spoon. I'm a sewer goblin. What other way to live is there? Okay, these should provide us with some unique and interesting responses. Liars and certainly public-facing company personnel try to sound like they are drawing a border without offering any border in case of potential disadvantage. Yeah, that happens a lot. Especially with companies. They're not going to put people in charge of a big company who could hurt the company. So there's never a case where somebody's in charge of a big company that actually really cares about social issues or stances that they have. It only matters insofar as to how it affects their bottom line. Right now, the fad is to support LGBTQ community. That's a big one. And the moment that that becomes unprofitable, or something else becomes more profitable, they will all shift to that. Simple. And the thing is, I'm very capitalist. I'm quite a capitalist. I believe in the free market. I believe in customers deciding where to spend their money, and for companies to compete to lower prices and offer better services and products. I just don't think you have to lie to achieve that. That's the only difference I have. Just lying is easy because people buy it. Well, seems like they keep all the earnings in a large, in a small safe in a back room. If I can get in there undisturbed, maybe with a bit of luck, I can get into that safe, grab what I need to survive. An esports reporter who tickles the YouTube algorithm enough that he is the only reason I know 90% of esports is accepting Arabian chic money at the moment. Yeah, I've heard stuff like that too. I love that if it would be trendy to be anti-capitalism, big companies would be first to start pushing anti-capitalism products and making it all super ironic. That'd be pretty fucking funny. If it's a fad, then CEOs and board members could also believe in the fad, and that might bias them into doing it regardless of profit mode. Yeah, I do think that there is, to some extent, the leaders of a company that, of course, they're humans, they have biases, they have their own desires, and they could push the company in that direction too. 100%. Yeah, there are a lot of people that accept the oil money or Chinese money too. Yeah. I know for sure that my comments on China probably aren't going to get me in a lot of helpful doors. I have nothing against the Chinese people, just the government. Same thing with like Russia, right? My qualms lie with the people making the decisions that create the human suffering. Not the people who may be living in the human suffering but could be brainwashed into thinking it's a good thing, or they agree with it. No guy in Sweden that got banned for complaining about Putin on Twitch? What? How? Like, where did he get banned? Bias for me, super toxic place to ever appear. You can't go there and post any criticism, yeah. For example, I think a lot of Disney's woke movies are hurting them financially, but they would rather make less profit but still promote their worldview. I don't think so, though. I think that regardless of what people think, I think Disney's movies are still being successful. Got banned on Twitch for criticizing Putin? How? Like, I think right now criticizing Putin is pretty... It leans towards a certain political side. At least for the US. And though that's the same side that's in charge of Twitch. He must have said something that was just like a specific word that might have, I don't know, gone a bit too far. I don't know, I'm just theorizing. They're tankies? What do you mean? They're left but against Ukrainians. Okay, that's true. That's their name? I am very out of the loop then. Pejorative label generally applied to authoritarian communists, especially those who support acts of repression by such regimes of their allies. More specifically, the term has been applied to those who express support for one party, Marxist-Leninist, socialist republics, whether contemporary or historical. It's commonly used by anti-authoritarian leftists, including anarchists, libertarian socialists, left communists, democratic socialists, and reformists to criticize Leninism. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. I didn't know that. Hassan is tanky-ish. Russia has online gangs that get paid to conspire lies against easy targets, and they market themselves publicly, so it's not a secret endeavor. Yeah, it is pretty obvious sometimes when it happens. Disney makes successful movies, but the woke movies are less successful than their other ones. For example, Aladdin remake made $1 billion, whereas Little Mermaid remake only made half that. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. It could be that they think that it's going to keep trending up, and so that if they're in it early, it's going to lead them to greater heights. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but that might be what they're thinking. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the kind of, I don't know, not so subtle racist thinking that certain political sides seem to have these days. I'd much rather return to what I grew up with, which was teaching equality of opportunity and celebrating each other for how different we looked and felt and thought. That was a much nicer period of time, if you ask me. Russia have bots and hackers that are trying to destabilize governments. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Did you see the memes on Twitter of the the Russian bots who forgot to pay for ChatGPT, and so they were auto tweeting responses from GPT, but it was saying that their GPT subscriptions had run out. That was pretty fucking funny. I hate when they change classic characters' race, sexual orientation, gender. Yeah, I don't get it. And I don't mind if you want to do like a... I guess you kind of had that with like Peter Pan, right? Where Peter Pan has been historically stage cast with a female playing Peter Pan. I don't know. But it was, okay. I think the difference in those cases was that it was specifically, it was a woman playing a male character. It's just they got it because maybe it was easier to find a female who was adult enough and experienced enough to play the role, the lead role, but still sounded like a prepubescent boy. Yeah, I think in that case it was specifically meant because we could find a more experienced actor, or actress in this case, who can play the role but still sound more authentic. It wasn't them trying to rewrite the story, it was them trying to make the story as authentic to the original as it could be. Which I can respect. They still sell the old movies, so they probably think it's safe move to also have a niche version made. Yeah, I mean, there've been cases of like Romeo and Juliet made with an all... Wasn't there one that was made with an all African American cast set in like the hood? But I imagine, to me, that's like more of a reimagining or like an alternate version of it that was never meant to replace the original. It wasn't a remake, it was a retelling. And to me, that is, again, more acceptable than what you have, like, live action remakes, where they're clearly trying to just do the same thing over. Black Cleopatra? The Black Cleopatra was a problem. For me, it's a super American problem. Yeah, I think it is, but it's like a Western problem, right? I don't know. We're getting deep into this. Keep typing. I'm gonna keep writing. I want the player to be able to go from here to then again questioning Spoon's beliefs. I don't know how to feel about it. Fair enough. Know where you're going to steal from. You know, I kind of understand now why a lot of games have like formulaic ways of writing, and I think it's to help player familiarity and understanding. You know, I talk about like Mass Effect a lot being a big influence on my own writing, and I think that they kept it very formulaic by making sure that like left-hand options were always investigate and were rarely ever used to push the story forward, so that the player knew that those were safe options in order to gain more lore. And if we don't have something like that, I could see a case of the player feeling maybe a bit unsure of whether or not an option is going to lock them into something. That is a worry. That is a potential point of thought that we need to keep in mind. Well, if you're planning to infiltrate... Hey, Tuxby Games, how you doing? Sounds like being invisible is your best bet. Good, tired as fuck after a long week in the Netherlands. Oh, that's cool. What did you do there? I think it's indeed a very Western thing, but it is so annoying that it keeps getting brought up and mostly not even relevant to my life. Fair enough. Fair enough. Super American like Europe is not white. Yeah, that's very true. You have so much ethnicity here: Saxons, Germans, Slavs, Mediterranean. Yeah, I don't like the idea that your skin color is determining your... I don't know, it's just like it's more important even than where you came from. Which is really, really disrespectful and bigoted. And the only reason I care about where somebody comes from is because I find it interesting. You know, it doesn't change the way that... It doesn't change what you are capable of to me. I just am curious, oh, you come from Africa. Oh, that's cool. You know, where in Africa do you come from? Or you came from Southeast Asia. It's like, okay, cool. Tell me where you come from. Like, what country? What part of the country? Tell me more about your culture. Oh, so you don't want to help me? I'll help you, but just be careful. Or I won't help you. Please try to find something different to do to make money. Was on a mini vacation with my girlfriend in Amsterdam for 2 days and then DEF CON 1 festival Thursday. What is that festival? I learned that East Asia, China, Japan, Korea were considered white in the 19th century and that opium wars was not colonialism. Wild. Ethnicity is a subset of race. But it's like anybody born in certain... anybody who was raised in certain biomes, right? Or I guess like any peoples that have historically lived in certain biomes with varying amounts of sun exposure are going to have skin colors ranging along the spectrum, right? And that can happen anywhere. Like, historically, people who grew up in... Well, I guess you would have migration, and so I guess it doesn't really... It's not really equal, but we all came from the Middle East anyway, and then people became more light-skinned or dark-skinned from that, so... I don't know, what does it even mean anymore? What is skin color to me doesn't mean anything. It means that you had parents with certain skin colors, and they had parents with certain skin colors. And all of this leads back to you have historical ties to certain parts of the world. And I don't get why people are categorizing individuals into these skin color groups. If anything, if there was anything that actually meant something to bigoted individuals, it would be ethnicity and not skin color. Because European ethnicities are prejudiced against each other doesn't mean they aren't in the same racial group. But I guess it's like, sure, like everyone in Europe who is like a citizen of Europe is European. People who come from Europe. I don't know. It's such a complex and weird topic. I like we're trying to get to the bottom of racism. Let's figure it out, chat. Help you, but just be careful. The thing is, if the player immediately goes down to these routes, they don't have access to this. Thanks, human. I'll do my best. Be careful. Not even the fleas will hear me coming. Well, I suppose that depends on how good of a potion you provide. Defcon is the world's largest hard style. You have to keep going deeper to XP Games. What is hard style? First, we need to define race. If race is genetical, it means I'm not whitey, same way Saxon or German is. Not genetic, just color-based, and Greeks are not white. But that's the thing is, like, to me it is genetic. It's entirely genetic. But certain groups of individuals view it as not genetic. I don't even know how to put it. Like the description, hammering weird, ignorant idea of diversity and self-imposed guilt is exactly what I feel. Hammered by people, forcing me to acknowledge a topic that happens differently on my side, right? Like in the US, because I am very much a whitey, I am blamed for a lot of atrocities that I have nothing to do. First off, I have nothing to do with. I hate sins of the father are now sins of the son, right? That whole idea. But even my parents weren't part of it. And my grandparents weren't part of it. And their parents certainly weren't part of it. Like my family moved to the US after slavery. It wasn't even a thing for me. But I guess it all comes down to sin. Do you believe that sins of the father are sins of the son? And I absolutely don't. I think that's a horrible way to live. It's essentially a belief that you can never do better than your parents because you have to live with the guilt and responsibility of all of the bad things that every single person throughout your lineage has ever done, for as long as it's remembered. It's just if it is genetic, then we in Europe are super diverse. Yeah. It's a music festival. Okay, what kind of music is hard style? It's like metal or something? Almost all Europeans descend from the same tribe called the Yamnaya culture, aka the Kurgan culture. If you do a polylocus genetic analysis, you find that the racial categories are correlated by genetics. It's all genetics, right? And if you go back further, from what we know, we all descend from the Middle East somewhere, or what is now the Middle East, I guess. And Native Americans descend from Asians who bridged the land divide into North America and then migrated south. Something thinking as labeling noble blood as peasant. Yeah, it's this. You're right, Horkong. It's the same stuff, which I really like that that's explored a lot in like fantasy, like with Harry Potter, with like Mudblood and Pure Blood, and squibs too, which I don't think are ever mentioned in the books or in the movies. I'm sorry, of squibs. To me, the whole view of like viewing people based on their skin color is the exact same thing as classism, and viewing people as lesser for the amount of wealth they have. A fun talk we're having. Especially favorites when some left-wing Americans tell me I have white privilege and I'm Polish Slav from a post-communist country, with family members that were in the Holocaust too. So don't forget that. You are very privileged to have survived. You are very privileged because you are alive because your family members were brave enough and hardy enough to survive the Holocaust and then communist control. How privileged you are. Hardstyle is its own genre of music, harder than trance/techno. I'm gonna have to look that up at home later. $130 user partitions, it's true. Honestly, with what I know about like feudalism in Europe, I think anyone in Europe is pretty lucky to be alive right now. All it was just war for a ridiculous amount of time. War and crusades, bullshit propagated by dumb people and incestual kings and queens. Or is that just Crusader Kings 3? Look up the artist called The Version. We in East Europe were hybridized with Tatars and other Asian countries. True. I could make these only experienceable once. What I could do is this. Condition as dialogue played. And this one too. Where are people from in chat? Well, I am very obviously from the US, from Wisconsin, which I think it is important to note that Wisconsin is a swing state, and there is some evidence to suggest that people from swing states in the US are usually, kind of tooting my own horn, but they're usually a little bit more politically knowledgeable than people from that aren't from swing states. That's not to mean that I am or I am not. I don't know what the phenomenon is considered, but it is interesting. People, am I wrong about that? People from swing states or politically knowledgeable. This? I might be wrong about that. Okay, don't take my word on that. Grain of salt. Here, all local states are swing states. We have so many political parties here. I do like that. That's one thing I really hate about the U.S. political system, is how it's just been pushed into two camps. Although I think that even in cases where you would have multiple political parties, you might start to see people pushing more towards the extremes, and even in places where you have more political parties, you might start to see individuals congregating into those two parties after a certain point of time. Can't wait until Rally National wins the French election. I heard that somebody had won the French election recently. Am I wrong about that? That it's now different in France? Where is this? I connect up there. I suppose I could join an adventuring party. Risky. At least I could make some friends. What would be cool is if you convince Spoon to join an adventuring party, is if he ends up visiting you with that adventuring party in the future. Le Pen won the first election, but now it's going to a runoff election. Who is Le Pen? I've heard of that, but I don't really know what they stand for. That's a female, right? Because I saw a picture with like some woman. Far-right party winning in France? What is the French female version of Trump? She's the leader of the National Rally Party. Okay. Is it like just they're both right, or you know, where does she rank on the extremism? I guess what does she want to accomplish? Anti-immigration. Nice. We need some more far-right in Europe. So good last time we tried that. Okay, I can understand the reason why you would be anti-immigration, but I think it's not a nuanced, it's about culture, right? Like, if I go over to Japan, and there's plenty of examples of this, right? Of, like, foreigners going to Japan, doing things that are very not culturally sensitive at all, and making things bad. Let's put it that way. And it's an issue of, I think it's just an issue of culture in France, where you have, in any case, where you have people who are countering the mainstay culture of that area, city, country, whatever it is, and they have no desire to integrate with the culture. And it doesn't mean that it is, that has to be immigrants necessarily, or illegal, or from one part of the world, but I guess you have a higher chance of having that issue occur when you bring people into the country, or have people enter the country from vastly different cultures. So like for Japan, I think that a lot of Western culture would be quite different from what they're used to. For Western culture, I think that you do have some like Middle Eastern cultures who are very different from what we try to excel in or believe in. And it's an issue again with individuals who have no desire to integrate and instead live out their own culture of what they're familiar with in that new area, which sometimes conflicts with local laws, local beliefs, local standards of practice, right? If you come from a culture that has no problem littering, just throw it anywhere, and you move to a country like in Europe or like the US, where you're expected to throw your trash in the trash, you could get in trouble for that, right? Go to low socioeconomic areas of Paris, then you'll change your mind. But the thing is, do we need a specific political party to accomplish that, or is it just that the political party is aligning with what might be best to solve that problem? It's pro-Putin from what I got, and I know Putin used to finance some European parties. Fun. probably for the best, Spoon. Truly, I wish you nothing but success. Is this aligned with what we wanted to accomplish with him? Yeah, I mean, it kind of just triggers this. If he doesn't get all his loot, he thinks about joining some adventuring party to take on some dungeons. So you can kind of convince him to go do that first. Culture is greater than race. In my primary school, I had one black girl. She was 100% Polish culture. Only difference would be skin color. Yeah. Yep. I mean, I agree completely. All the other parties want millions of immigrants every year. That party is the only party which doesn't want that. But it's like some of those immigrants will. We don't know where they're from, right? But some of them will integrate, whether that be an easy journey or a difficult journey, right? Some of them will want to integrate. But it's the ones that don't, and it doesn't even matter where they come from. They can come from anywhere in the world, look like anything, as if they don't want to integrate into the culture, and the way they act, or I guess it just in the way they act, conflicts with the local culture, you're gonna have problems, and we have that problem all around the world. Immigration is itself not bad. Uncontrolled immigration is you need a really strict integration. Yeah, I think integration is really important. And maybe countries don't have that as well as they should, or they don't enforce it. And you're streaming this noise, but in every age, there are people that make their money by creating jobs. Find ways to gain support for slowing down existing economies, gaining the majority of people nothing but bills to pay. People that make their money by creating jobs. What do you mean by that? You cannot become Polish, you cannot become French, you cannot become Japanese. No way to preserve the native inhabitants. I think that you can integrate, and I mean that's kind of what citizenship is, right? Is where you have lived there long enough and have passed certain tests to be considered integrated enough to be called a citizen. You could almost say citizenship is a confirmation of integration, and it isn't perfect. There are citizens of countries that are do terrible things, right? That don't align with the majority culture. But I think that it maybe is a good indication. You can also integrate chocolate into milk, but after a certain amount, it ceases to be what it was and becomes something new. But then is that then a evolution of that culture based on that, or is it now becoming something else? I don't know. Yeah, I agree with 2XP Games. Like there are, I mean, I come from the US, right? And the US is a melting pot, as we call it. I do think that to some extent, whatever the initial, the core culture is to America, that people can become Americanized. And that is a lot, in a lot of cases, immigrants. And it's really beautiful to see that, you know, they came from a different part of the world. They had to learn a new language. They had to integrate into the new culture, make new friends, start a new family, find new work, you know, learn all these new laws and beliefs. And they did it successfully, and they're happy that they've done it. Detroit is an evolution. I think there are devolutions of culture, which I guess is what we're kind of talking about, right? Differentiate immigration and illegal immigration and asylums. Yeah, I agree. I think that when you're seeking asylum, you aren't necessarily doing it from the belief that you need to change your culture or that you need to integrate. Not saying you can't, but it isn't the core goal. But when you willfully choose to move to a new place, like I chose to move to Poland, I accept that I'm going to need to integrate with Polish culture. And it wasn't easy, and I made a lot of mistakes, and I caused some issues with different people because they didn't understand certain cultural things. now I feel quite integrated with Poland, and while I still don't speak the language perfectly, I have no problems abiding by the laws and living here. Do you think it's for the best? I'll give it a shot. Thank you for your help. Human. I for immigration against illegal immigration, and I consider some of asylum seekers as illegal immigration. Measure for Tokyo was over 50% non-Japanese. But I guess it comes down to then what do you consider to be, in this case, Japanese? Like, how would you define that? Does being Japanese have to mean that you came from Japan, or is it more, I guess, is being considered part of a nationality based on how you look, how you feel, how you act, or is it some combination of all three? Or some combination of any of the three, I guess we could say. Good luck, Spoon. Unrealistic to assume that isn't going to change the character of the city even with maximum integration efforts. Behavior is partly learned and partly genetic. Yes, there is some, there definitely is some stuff that is nurture and some that is nature. I think a lot of culture though is nurture, right? You are born into a culture and you observe and learn based on your surroundings and the people in your vicinity. And so of course if you're born into, let's say, a highly Christian family that abides by the Ten Commandments strictly, you are probably going to be more familiar and more likely to live by that standard. Japan should ban all the idiot YouTubers and streamers. That is a good start. End encounter. And we need to save a choice. That the thief wants to do business is false. He is now on his own path. And I think we could save a choice too of that he's joined an adventuring party. I don't know how we want to word that. Spoon has joined adventuring party. False. True. And one more for him wanting to do business. False. Only time I raise an eyebrow on immigrants is when they demand we change things here to abide by their culture, where they come from, like changing national holidays. Yeah, I think that that's kind of disrespectful to the culture that exists. You know, I don't mind that. We talked sometimes about like ethno-states, or I guess more specifically about groups of people from the same culture living in a similar part of town, right? Like you have Chinatown in San Francisco, you have Japantown in San Francisco, and a lot of New York has a lot of districts that you historically and currently have a lot of people living who share the same culture, language, and beliefs. And they do this not because they are forced to, but because they choose to. I think that I think that's okay, right? Because that is just a desire to be around familiar people and culture. You know, you're growing up in a place where you feel a bit more safe or secure. I don't like when it's forced, but I have no problem with it if a bunch of Chinese immigrants want to live in the same district in a city. where they move, right? I was a respectful gaijin in Japan. I refused to be put in the same box with them. That's fair. Why would an immigrant care about your national holidays? Yeah, but I don't think they have to care about it. I just don't think that they have to... I don't like that they would force it in this hypothetical scenario to not exist or to be removed. I have an idea to move to Denmark, and if I do, I would like to be part of their culture and not bring Polish culture to Denmark. I may practice some Polish culture in private. I think too that if you offer a place, like for instance, like if you open a church for your religion in a country, you are offering a place for people who have a desire to I guess to enjoy part of that culture or to learn about part of that culture, right? So for instance, if you are Polish and you move to Denmark and you want to start a restaurant, a Polish restaurant, this is a way for you to invite people into your culture or to experience part of your culture. And I also think that that kind of thing is really cool. They don't care about it, they haven't been fully integrated. But I mean, there are a lot of people who don't care about national holidays that are already part of the culture. But I get what you're saying. I do not care about how many national holidays. About many national holidays. Well, does that mean I lose my citizenship? I think it's interesting to talk about what constitutes culture and what constitutes integration within a culture. Like, is it a spectrum? It must be a spectrum, because there isn't like a point where you are, okay, you are integrated. I think that at the very least, abiding by the laws in another part of the world is probably a good indication that you are maybe not integrated, but that you aren't being a problem. If they don't, you cannot take them, but this is still part of immigration that I'm all for. Yeah, I think that I guess just saying controlled immigration, but how do you guarantee that somebody is going to integrate, right? And maybe that's an impossible question to answer. But it is, I suppose, the problem we face is how do we ensure that somebody is integrated? My country's made with no real natives in the first place. Most people don't fully understand each other's holidays, but we just wish to visit each other as neighbors and friends in our own way. That's really cool. That's really nice, Horkong. Hey Joy, do you know what is process for getting green card in USA?
Bullshit.
Hey, helpful person, thank you for the follow.
Bullshit.
Derivative.
That I love. I absolutely love.
The process for getting the green card in the US sucks. It is shit. I was looking up some information because, you know, me and my fiance might want to move there in the future. And what we saw is that unless you are magically the most important person for some massive necessary job, getting green card on the basis of work is nearly impossible. And then the only other option is to get married to a US citizen, in which case it is absurdly easy. And it's the same thing in Poland. It's very similar in Europe. If you have no real reason to be here, fuck you, get out. But if you're married, okay, perfect. You are, here's your your EU residence card. Here you go. Which I'm not a fan of. I'm really not a fan of. I think in both cases it's way too hard. I believe you can invest. Yeah, there might be some way to invest money and get it. Here we have very strict immigration. The only free pass in here is to be a Ukrainian now. I just wish there was a really easy way to say yes. Oh, okay, so like number one, hold me responsible for anything that happens, and if I don't integrate. Number two, I have a sincere desire to integrate. I have a sincere desire to work. Help me find a job. I will pay taxes, but please just make sure that the paperwork that I have to do is minimal. If we could just do that, I really feel like a lot of people around the world would be like, yeah, I'm gonna move to Poland. I'm gonna move to the U.S. and I'm gonna work. I'm gonna make a living. I'm gonna have my dreams. We have so many good doctors, engineers, and workers here that immigrated. A lot happens in Poland too because of mainly like money. Even far right in Poland was like, I want Asian immigrants as they are working. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's kind of like that's kind of stereotypical, but statistics sometimes tell the truth, right? Or they usually do. It's just a truth we don't like to face in some cases. Okay, well, if you're planning to infiltrate, sounds like being invisible is your best bet. Exactly. If they can't see Spoon, they can't hear Spoon. Well, I'm not sure invisibility works like that. You'll still have to be quiet. Try infiltrating at night or something. Or when nobody is there. This was the Vietnamese asylum seekers. Okay. I mean, either way, I agree. Like, the process needs to be made simpler. But I think that people need to be held accountable if they don't integrate. And if we're going to do that, I would very much be willing, at least in the US, to pay tax money to pay for free English classes for immigrants who don't speak English, and for free classes to help integrate within the culture. I would very much, I'd be very happy to pay for that, for classes like that. But that was happening. Where was it happening? Another cool fact: all illegal immigrants that become nativized have illegal immigrants. Hate illegal immigrants. Yeah, that I see that a lot. Sorry, throat's getting a bit dry. Yeah, I see that a lot in U.S. That a lot of legal immigrants are not happy with the illegal immigrants, and I can understand that. Like, they work their ass off. They spent decades sometimes in the US doing shit tons of paperwork and trying to provide stable life and integration for their family and for their children, only to have other people just fuck that whole system and somehow be given a pass. I'd be upset too. Like, I was being mocked for working harder than other people. Keep going down this road, you'll become a very unpleasant place. It's an integration problem, and the same thing would happen if a bunch of people from, like, let's say the US moved to the Middle East. You know, with like a Islam-centric culture. And I would understand the same thing there if they were upset that they were having to try their culture change, right? Integration is an impossible problem to solve. It might be. It might be that if you are of a certain, I guess, disposition, or, you know, if we think that the big 5 personality traits are something that kind of influences your ability to integrate, or there might be other factors that maybe for certain people of certain personalities, it is just impossible for them to integrate into a culture that is too different from what they grew up in. We don't agree that illegal immigration is illegal, and well, it's called illegal for a reason, right? I think that it is just, it's not indicative of the individual So, like, if somebody illegally immigrates, it is not indicative of them being unable to integrate or potentially become legal, but that it makes a mockery of the systems that often exist to help people who are trying to do things legitimately and follow the proper protocols. And it probably should not be allowed. Okay, so visibility is needed. Anything else? Does he want it to taste good? Let me look up the potion needs. Legal immigration should be banned too. Do you really believe that legal immigration should be banned? He does want flavor. He wants it to be sour. Okay. In the majority of cases, yes. Interesting. I don't agree with that personally. You're banned. You're banned for thinking differently than me. No, I just don't agree with that. Oh, he's biased. Am I? I think legal immigration is totally okay, maybe. I am, but I do think that my views on immigration have changed since moving to Europe. I was a bit different when I was in the US. I mean, I was also younger too, and right? Like, I think a lot of young people have more extreme views because they don't understand the nuance. They haven't lived long enough or like seen enough to understand a lot of the nuance. Let's phrase it this way. Do you think Japan should raise their immigration rates? I think I can understand maybe what you're going down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you want to maybe just allow a country to decide if they should allow immigrants or not. And I think that that would be I think that that is a good question to ask, like a good topic to discuss, if countries should be open or should they be allowed to close themselves off. How have my views changed? I've become a lot more understanding of different viewpoints and cultures since moving. I think I've become more understandable that people are people. And it's impossible to group people into a camp. And it really doesn't help. I really don't like looking at people as grouped within... And let me put it this way. I don't like saying that I'm part of Group A or part of Group B. Because there's so much nuance to everything that it doesn't really... there's no surefire thing that it solves. I know what I am, but that doesn't mean that I agree with or disagree with everything that somebody of the same group believes. I am a man. That doesn't mean that I agree with everything that men say or believe or have experienced. You know? I want Japan to remain Japan. Are you Japanese, though? Ice cream. Do you think... I think most people agree that uncontrolled immigration is not good. You're a white American. Okay. I would say, for me, I would say I would leave it up to Japan. If Japan doesn't want to allow immigrants in, I may not agree with it, but I mean, this is kind of their choice, right? If I marry Japanese, I should not be able to immigrate there. That's a good question. Like, yeah, I don't know. I can see how I guess a country has the right to set their own laws, but I don't know. But I guess what is the reason that certain countries or certain cities have, let's say, turned into a shithole? Let's define what makes certain cities shitholes compared to, like, what is it? What is the part of these cities that we don't like, and what is the reason for that? Like, let's San Francisco, you have a lot of human feces. Why is that? Because people are shitting on the side of the sidewalk. Why is that? Well, there's a lot of people who, most of it can be attributed to homeless individuals. Why is there so much homeless? You know, let's keep going until we find out what is causing this. And is it immigration? If so, why? Is it culture? If so, why? Is it failed policies? Is it too high of living prices? You know, where is it along this road? Can you make it sour for me? You always talk about flavor, and I'm curious what a sour potion tastes like. Good thought, human. I'll try doing that. Maybe if you tell him to infiltrate at night, he doesn't get caught. Or maybe it just happens regardless. Like, he goes in at night, but there's still this warrior that is living there. I don't know. We'll see. We can always change it. Asians who are kind of same race as Japanese also immigrate to Japan due to work and marrying. Oh, interesting. The children of immigrants have a higher crime rate. Is that true, though, for all immigrants? And in which countries is that true, statistically? What kind of classes and social responsibility they are? From child learning that their country is theirs and they need to take care of it. There is a level of social responsibility, yeah. In America and Europe, it's true, but from which countries? And then, if this is true, if the statistics show this, that's true, Europe isn't a country. But if the statistics show this, in certain countries, which ethnicities or cultures are these people coming from where this is happening? Which laws are they then breaking? And maybe there's a correlation between the laws that they're breaking being illegal in new country being legal, or maybe not punished in their origin country. Like, let's kind of look at it as a thought exercise. No, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that, you know, if we're gonna argue facts, and if we wanted to, like, kind of dive deeper into why this might be occurring, I think it's important to start with trying to understand where it's coming from and why it's occurring, right? But it's like, I believe that anyone who moves to a country with a very different culture is probably going to experience more resistance, or just going to have more issues with, like, local laws and interactions than somebody who is closer to that culture. I think by and large that's going to be true no matter where it is. I think IQ is a big factor where we see negative effects from immigration. That is a controversial subject for sure. It may be true, it may not be. Canada Brainier raised in family that cultivates culture that can't be executed in society of country you are in. Yeah, I think that's true. IQ is mostly connected to nutrition. I thought there's some part of IQ that is related to nurture and some to nature. Like, there is a correlation between the IQ of primarily your mother, but to some extent your father, but it's mostly mother that correlates to IQ of the child. However, is that related to that you are born higher IQ, or that because your mother is going to raise you, that for whatever IQ correlates to, then is kind of passed down through education, right? Through early education of the child. IQ is an interesting topic. I don't really like IQ. I don't really think it... It's usually just like pattern solving and, you know, pattern recognition is usually what IQ tests seem to score, so I don't really... I think it's kind of weird. Heritability of IQ. Early twin studies of adult individuals have found a heritability of IQ between 57 and 73%. IQ goes from being weakly correlated with genetics for children to being strongly correlated with genetics for late teens and adults. It's weaker for children than it is for late teens and adults. That's interesting. I mean, I wonder if there's some latent... Yeah, it's like the brains are still forming, so as you grow up and your executive functions start to be developed, your cerebral cortex, it's like, is that a result of what happens in childhood? Or it is a result of what happens in teenage years? Or is it a case of that it has a latent effect, or, you know, effect to show that this was because of how you were raised as a child? I don't know. Poor prenatal environment, malnutrition, and disease are known to have lifelong deleterious effects. The scientific consensus is that genetics does not just explain average differences in IQ test performance between racial groups, which means that probably prenatal environment, malnutrition, and disease probably have a larger impact on differences in IQ between racial groups. Is what that probably seems to indicate. We're getting so off track. You know what? Let's pause the game dev here, and I'll just jump over to Elden Ring to relax. And we can continue talking about this while playing Elden Ring, but I'm just gonna... We'll jump into this tomorrow and finish up the 2B. 2B, 2C, 2D, I think we can finish off tomorrow. No problem. I don't really like how this is formulated anyway, and I want to kind of think in my free time how I want to get this looking. I think that genetics, like most things, like personality, it's so multi-varied. Elden Ring to relax, you mean Promised Consort? Exactly. No, I did end up beating Radahn. Right now we are doing a run where we we want to collect all items in the game. All ashes, weapons, armor, talismans, everything. Even eating sugar affects IQ. Hopefully in a positive way. Because I like my sugar. Although I will say this, I don't think IQ has a very large effect on wisdom. And that I think wisdom in a lot of cases is more important to pass down than anything else. But that's more of like a philosophical debate, right? That I think somebody with low IQ can be very wise, and that passing on those wisdoms can have a larger effect than simply being intelligent. That being intelligent does not indicate a positive or negative moral compass. Hey, almost absent. How you doing? Worked more on Thief 2A and 2B. A person with low IQ cannot be a good mechanical engineer. There may be some truth to that, but does being a good mechanical engineer indicate if you're going to have a positive impact morally? I know this is kind of, I guess, unrelated, right? But then I kind of want to maybe ask, randomly join you talks, it doesn't mean that I am smart. I like talking about like philosophical and ethical dilemmas and questions. But it's good to have you, welcome. We are talking about some very sensitive and maybe controversial topics. And I'm about to load up Elden Ring here so we can continue talking about that. Bridge collapsing, killing hundreds of people because of DEI hire is unethical. Well, I mean, I mean, it's a stretch, right? It doesn't mean that it's going to happen. All right, let me switch over my, hold on. Number one, we end the YouTube recording. So thank you guys. Catch you tomorrow.